Welcome everyone to the Sport and Equality in Europe International webinar. 1 year after the end of the Outsport project, AICS and the Outsport staff decided to organize this webinar to discuss about the European policy about sport and equality, to discuss about what has been done, to discuss about the follow-up of this project, which promoted the first European research on the experience of LGBTI people in sport, and promoted also important tools in the field of education and training. I welcome you also in behalf of the AICS, Associazione Italiana Cultura Sport, and its president Bruno Molea. And I want to thank the Outsport partners, Leap Sport Scotland, the German Sport University of Cologne, the Association Frigo from Hungary, and the VIDC from Vienna International Institute for Dialogue and Cooperation. The Outsport project is an important step in the field of those politics who are going to implement inclusion in sport, and also is an important step in the field of LGBTI policy in general. I want to introduce my colleague Klaus Ostlin, who has been project coordinator. I have been the project manager of the Outsport, and helping me in the coordination of this project in the last year. So we remember that Outsports ends in 2018 and lasted 3 years, from 2017 to 2019. It was an Erasmus Plus project, co-funded by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Commission. Here we are. Klaus, good morning.
Hello, Rosario. Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and it's really amazing how many people have joined our webinar and how many guest speakers we could really win for this webinar. I'm looking forward to a very intensive and very interesting discussion. I don't want to steal too much of the time that we have, because we have a very tight agenda, and we want also to give some space for question and answers to all the sessions. So I give back the stage to Rosario. Let's just start, because we are already a little bit behind schedule. Just let's go on.
Okay, thank you, Klaus. I remember that Klaus has been also co-president of the GLSF in the past year, European Gay and Lesbian.
I was.
He was co-president of the GLSF, and is activist in the field of sport and LGBT issue from decades. I also want to introduce you, Andrea Giuliano, who has been project assistant in the Outsport project, and is activist in the field of LGBTQI rights. And here we have Andrea Giuliano as well. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Thank you, Rosario. Hi, everyone, and welcome to our webinar. I will be here with you for the whole duration of the event, and I will also translate some of our keynote speakers and guest interventions. In addition to that, I will also moderate the final session of our webinar and the Q&A sessions. I believe that all of us are eager to know what is going to happen during this exciting webinar, and I am personally very eager to know what our viewers at home think. So we welcome your comments.
Perfect. So let's start, and I have the pleasure right now to introduce the first of our important keynote speaker. Let me introduce Guglielmo di Cola, who is member of the cabinet of Mariya Gabriel, European Commissioner responsible for innovation and research, culture, and education and youth. Welcome, Guglielmo.
Thank you very much, Rosario. Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. It's a pleasure for me to be here, also on behalf of Commissioner Gabriel. And if you allow me, I will start right away, because I know that we are a little bit behind our schedule. So after a relatively calm summer, we are now in the midst of the second wave of the COVID-19 outbreak. As we are experiencing new restrictions, it becomes more difficult for us to exercise. Yet, sport and physical activity remains important, and maybe more important than ever. A couple of weeks ago, on the 12th of November, delivering on the President's commitment for a union of equality, we presented the first LGBTIQ equality strategy, setting out actions for the next 5 years to address inequalities and challenges of LGBTIQ people. Sport features in this strategy as a powerful tool for changing attitudes and challenging gender biases and other stereotypes. Because sport is more than just competition. It makes us healthier and it gives us a sense of belonging. Sport has this unique power and unique potential to connect people, to contribute to an equal society, and promote European values. Yet, what we see, and this was very well explained also in the video that was shown at the beginning, is that we're far from equality. The Outsport project survey, the first EU-wide research on the experience of LGBTI people in sport, shows that almost 90% of respondents consider homophobia and particularly transphobia a current problem in sport. 20% of respondents refrain from participating in sport due to their sexual orientation and or gender identity. And this refers predominantly to football, dancing, swimming, and boxing. This shows that we really are behind our objectives. And here, public authorities have an active role to play when it comes to broader societal challenges. And among the virtues attributed to sport, inclusion is one of them, one of the main ones, actually. So Rosario referred to it, to our Erasmus Plus program. It has been a key instrument. Over the years, between 2014 and 2019, through the sport chapter of Erasmus Plus, we supported more than 300 large-scale and small projects promoting social inclusion with a financial envelope of around 65 million euros. Just this year, 118 projects promoting social inclusion and equal opportunities were selected and received funding. One of our priorities is indeed to finance projects that are using sport to support social inclusion in local communities, creating synergies between professional and grassroots sports. And projects like the Outsport, that addresses homophobia and transphobia in sport through scientific research, communication, and training, helps us create more resilient and inclusive societies. Promoted by the Associazione Italiana Cultura Sport, it strives to make sport a tool to educate against any form of exclusion and a chance to develop social competencies in continuity with schools. This project promotes a new inclusive training approach through its training toolkit. This was also mentioned by Rosario, and indeed it is something extremely important. And this makes it also perfectly aligned with the Council conclusion, empowering coaches by enhancing opportunities to acquire skills and competencies, which invite organizations to develop programs for acquiring skills and competencies to work with specific groups. So in the future, because Rosario mentioned it now, what will be the follow-up? In the future, our support from the EU will continue. First, via our instrument, the future Erasmus Plus program, that will be more accessible to small organizations. It will also have a larger financial envelope than its predecessor. 2 weeks ago, an agreement was reached on the next multi-annual financial framework, including some targeted reinforcement of EU programs, including Erasmus, with a top-up of 2.2 billion euros for the next 7 years. On top of the additional funding, the sports strand of Erasmus will also have two novelties compared to the predecessor. First, it will open sport actions to the cooperation from actors in third countries, so it will have an international dimension. And the second, it will also look at the mobility of sports staff. The second way in which we can ensure a follow-up is through the Be Inclusive EU Sports Awards. You know that this is an award that was created in 2017 to celebrate and recognize organizations using the power of sport to increase social inclusion for disadvantaged groups, and it has been a success ever since. This year will be the 4th edition. We received more than 180 submissions for both grassroots and international organizations, and the 3 winners, will be announced by the Commissioner on Tuesday during our gala, an online gala, of course, and all of you are invited. These projects show that sport can really enhance European values and tolerance and mutual understanding. In the same line, I also want to mention our European Week of Sport, because this will remain a key instrument. You should know that despite the circumstances that we had to face this year, this 6th edition was a great success, and we reached over 15 million Europeans, more than last year. And on the 8th of December, so a week after the Be Inclusive Awards, the Commissioner will also unveil the winners for the 2020 Be Active Awards. So through these, we want to highlight the fact that physical activity is for everyone, regardless of fitness level, age, gender, sexual orientation, and it has to be incorporated in our daily lives. The third thing will be via new initiatives. Our society, of course, has brought some technological advances, but it has also made us prisoners of a sedentary lifestyle. And the impact of the pandemic and the restrictive measures, as I mentioned at the beginning, had a catastrophic impact on our health. So this is why we want to promote healthy lifestyle in general and physical activity more than before. And we are looking to reverse these negative trends, and on this, we really need your support. The Commissioner has announced that she intends to do a follow-up of what was previously called the Tartu Calls for a Healthy Lifestyle. This initiative will be called Healthy Lifestyle for All, and as you can see from the title, inclusion lies at its core. All this work, of course, will be backed by our member states, and I'm pleased to say that next Tuesday we will have our ministerial with the sports ministers, and at this occasion the Council will adopt the future EU work plan for sport for 2021-2024, which is entirely in line with our priorities, and one of them is to protect integrity and values. And this will allow us to work together with member states and sports organizations on topics like integrity, but also sport and innovation, sport and the environment, gender equality, social inclusion, and equal opportunities. I will stop here. I was a little bit too long, but I really wanted to thank you, Rosario, and all the people involved in the Outsport project, and also to thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Guglielmo. Thanks to the Commissioner Mariya Gabriel and to you, of course. And now I'm going to introduce the next keynote speaker, who is Guglielmo Pierro, Head of the Sport Department of the Italian Presidency of Ministers' Council. And here we are. Thank you again, Guglielmo. And here we are with Giuseppe,
not Guglielmo. It's fine, no problem. Thank you.
I leave you the floor.
Thank you, Rosario. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, AICS, for organizing this meeting. First of all, let me address you a very warm greeting from our Minister Vincenzo Spadafora. As you already know, he could not attend the meeting today, but he really wanted to guarantee his presence for the webinar. Therefore, he asked me to attend the meeting, and I'm very grateful to you all for having me for the webinar. As you know, the sport department, which I'm guiding since last November, has been recently introduced in the overall governance of sports policies in Italy. That's the reason why I strongly believe that this meeting is an amazing opportunity to start and exchange views and to get an in-depth in the fields of discrimination and invisibility, as you say in your report. hopefully guiding towards visibility, which hopefully will be an outcome of all the activities that you are doing. We can say that every person, in a way or another, practices or have practiced sport in his or in her life, and of course, also relating to the numbers and to the situation that Guglielmo was drawing before, we know that sport is considered and often can be an environment where stereotypes are still very strong. And as you stated, of course, correctly in your report, can be a hostile environment for LGBTI person. And of course, I do agree that we are running late. We're really running late on this field. But still, something is moving also in this area, and also in Italy. Let me take this opportunity to just recall a few things that I do believe that it is important to stress in this webinar. First of all, the recent institution in July of the National Observatory on Discrimination in Sports, led by UNAR, which is the Anti-Racial Discrimination National Office of the Italian government, together, of course, with the NGO networks. And the observatory first moved from the need to fight against racial discrimination in football, but then it scaled up to deal with all forms of discrimination in sports. But I do believe that today it is very important to say that just a few days ago, as you might have already known or read in the web, a new reform of sport has been approved by a government. It is very important. It's very important in Italy. It's 5 new decrees which are part of a more comprehensive reform of the whole sports sector. I'm talking about this because among the all measures that are in this new reform, there are some specific points that are perfect for the situation for this webinar. For example, let me just recall a few things that I do believe very important for the topics that we are discussing today. For example, finally, also in Italy, we have a recognition of professionalism for women. But most of all, there is an introduction of guidelines and the adoptions of codes of conduct to protect children and for prevention of harassment, gender violence, and any other condition of discrimination due to ethnicity, religion, personal belief, disability, age, or sexual orientation. Related to this new law, the sports federation and all sports organizations will have to formally adopt these codes of conduct and indicate also the sanction for non-compliance behaviors. Of course, I recognize that guidelines and sanctions cannot be the only way, of course. That's the reason why the department that I'm guiding just started recently, 1 week ago, a new group of experts from field of child protection sector and any field of sport for the co-construction and promotion of a policy for protection of minors, with a particular reference to the contrast of mistreatment and abuse. We have the duty to guarantee all young athletes, without distinction and discrimination, to practice a sport in Italy safely, in a healthy and safe environment. The policy that this expert group will contain prevention and protection measures necessary to fight against abuse, violence, against minors in the sports field, and it will be a guideline for supporting all actors involved in preventing the risk of abuse and mistreatment of any kind of physical and psychological violence. This work, of course, it will be in the line of the most recent indication at the European level, and it will also define and implement tools and training strategies addressed to coaches, trainers, sports teachers at schools, for example, etc. Of course, I have to say that sport can be a powerful tool for changing attitudes, and I couldn't agree more with that. And that's the reason why on our daily work is committed also to ensure the legislative culture and environmental framework where this change can finally happen. And I'm also happy that we can finalize in the European institution and also in the work that you are doing today. So please let us update it with all the progress that you will do in your work, and let's stay in contact because I do believe that, for example, a representative of from the Outsport project needs to be involved in this group of experts, because we need to take advantage of the work that you are doing. That's all. I wish you all a fruitful webinar. Thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Giuseppe. We will for sure keep you updated. And thank you for this invitation, for this kind invitation to participate in the group of experts. Of course, we will remain in touch. There is a lot of things to do, and I'm happy that the department joined us in this work. Thank you again, Giuseppe. And let me introduce the next among our keynote speaker. I'm really happy to introduce you Franco Grillini, who is historic leader of the Italian LGBTI movement, and has been fighting for LGBTI rights for decades, and is one of the promoter of the. Is one of the first leader of the LGBTI movement in Italy. Here we are. Franco, can you hear us? You have to turn on the microphone. Ok.
Mi scuso per non parlare in inglese e ringrazio il traduttore. Io vorrei fare un piccolo excursus storico partendo dagli anni '80. La mia è una militanza quarantennale, cioè di 40 anni, e ricordo bene tutti i tentativi di dialogare con il mondo sportivo di allora e le iniziative che venivano maturando a livello internazionale, prima di tutte le famosissime Olimpiadi Gay di San Francisco del 1982, Olimpiadi che poi aprirono un contenzioso con il Comitato Olimpico Internazionale che proibì il nome, l'utilizzo del nome Olimpiadi per quanto riguarda i Gay Games. Mi fermo per la traduzione?
Sì, grazie. I would like to start telling a story, telling the story from about my activism. I started in the 80s, establishing contacts with and dialogue with several sport associations, and I would like to tell and remind everyone of the pretty sad story related to the first gay games or Gay Olympics. That was the first official title, and that was in the 80s in San Francisco. And it was really sad to see that the name was removed. The name Olympics was removed from the title of the initiative, and that links us back to basically a world that was the world of sport that was full, and unfortunately still is, full of discrimination towards the LGBTQI community. Avanti.
Quel divieto ovviamente era un esempio lampante di omofobia sportiva, e tra l'altro fu un divieto assurdo perché, come tutti sanno, le Olimpiadi, appunto, che prendono il nome dalla città di Olimpia nell'antica Grecia, erano nate con un'aura omoerotica molto forte. Era vietato l'accesso alle donne e gli uomini gareggiavano nudi, quindi era un divieto anche da un punto di vista storico assolutamente ingiustificabile, e reagimmo a questo divieto con l'ironia, tant'è che 2 anni più tardi, nel 1984, organizzammo a Bologna, nell'ambito di un festival importante, un festival nazionale delle donne. Ricordo che Bologna è la città in Italia che per prima ha ottenuto una importante sede che poi è diventata molto simbolica dall'amministrazione comunale di Bologna, 2 anni prima di questa iniziativa di cui sto parlando adesso. Si svolsero nell'ambito di questo festival delle donne le sodomiadi, le chiamammo così, con molto divertimento, ovviamente, non era una cosa seria, e con una serie di specialità e di gare come la corsa sui tacchi a spillo, che fu divertentissima, e il lancio della borsetta, tanto per citarne un paio. Questa iniziativa fu poi replicata al Gay Camp 2 mesi dopo di Gay Camp internazionale di Rodi Garganico, un'iniziativa italiana che aveva un successo internazionale anche grazie al richiamo turistico del nostro paese.
Andrea, il microfono, microfono sei muto.
Sorry. So this the removal of the term Olympic from the games was a very hard hit, considering especially the fact that in ancient Greece, we all know that these sport events originating from the town of Olympia were actually filled with homoerotic imagery and meanings as well. So we found this incident very much unjustifiable, and we decided to reply with irony. So in 1984 in Bologna, we organized Sodomiadi, so not the Olimpiadi, that's how we call the Olympic Games in Italian. We organized the Sodomiadi, and we invented new sports, basically. So there was the marathon on heels, and the other thing was il lancio della borsetta, giusto?
Esatto.
So, and the handbag throw, and these initiatives were actually very well received internationally, and they were repeated in the gay camp in Italy in '84, which is basically what we may call a precursor of several LGBTQI sport events.
La nostra iniziativa in campo sportivo come associazioni LGBT di quel tempo non era molto forte, perché eravamo impegnati, come molti di voi non più giovani forse ricordano, nella lotta contro l'AIDS, che in quel momento era la priorità assoluta. Voi sapete bene che dall'apparire della pandemia fino al 1996, anno dell'introduzione della triterapia, purtroppo si moriva anche troppo spesso, e fu una grandissima tragedia, quindi eravamo impegnatissimi su quel fronte. Tuttavia, qualche iniziativa in materia sportiva si tenne lo stesso, e il dato più eclatante fu la nascita della prima squadra di calcio gay italiana a Milano, dove c'è la più grande comunità LGBT del paese, e si chiamava Caos. Il dato eclatante è che i componenti di questa squadra, gli 11-12 componenti della squadra, erano tutti non dichiarati. In Italia si usa un termine un po' dispregiativo per parlare delle persone non dichiarate, che è velate o velata, cioè col velo. E la cosa bizzarra è che la notizia si diffuse lo stesso, anche se le persone non erano dichiarate, e la squadra ebbe un certo successo e poi si sciolse.
So, of course, we were busy in terms of guaranteeing representation and access to sport, but during those times, as many of us and I guess all of us know, we were very busy fighting the HIV and AIDS epidemic that was basically spreading all around the world and especially in our community. We still, however, continued focusing on sports, and we founded Chaos, that is the first Italian LGBT soccer team, football team, sorry. All of the participants, all of the members were in the closet. How we call it in Italy, we have a pretty derogatory term, which we call velata, which means basically taking the veil to express someone, to refer to someone who's still in the closet. Despite the fact that there was no, that actually all members were in the closet, the team still had success, but it was short-lived.
Come sapete, erano pochissimi gli sportivi che dichiaravano, gli sportivi professionisti che dichiaravano la propria omosessualità, e in Italia si conoscevano professionisti dello sport, ma erano solo pettegolezzi, erano voci che correvano. Qualche gruppo menzionò esplicitamente un importante esponente del calcio italiano che si rivolse poi alla magistratura e vinse anche la causa, quindi dovettero pagargli i danni. Un calciatore di Genova che poi ha giocato a lungo in Inghilterra, e fu una vicenda abbastanza triste, proprio perché era finita in tribunale. La polemica sui calciatori gay in Italia è stata una polemica molto forte, soprattutto innescata da un lato dalla destra politica e dall'altro da un importante personaggio che era il direttore sportivo della più potente squadra italiana, cioè la Juventus. Questo personaggio si chiama Moggi, personaggio molto controverso, implicato in diverse vicende penali in tribunale per aver truccato le partite. Diciamo che il mondo del calcio è un mondo piuttosto complicato da questo punto di vista, perché girano troppi soldi, e questo signore ha sempre dichiarato che è impossibile che un omosessuale possa essere un bravo calciatore, e che a suo dire non esistono calciatori gay, mentre noi sapevamo che erano tanti, e per un periodo i più importanti calciatori italiani erano tutti gay o bisex.
Very few athletes then, and still now, still to this day, very few athletes declare their sexuality, their sexual orientation, and it was primarily only gossip whenever people talked about sexual orientation of sportsmen and sportswomen. Some players actually even sued people who were outing them. And at that time, homophobia was, homo-bi-transphobia was much more present in the world of sport. Just to give you an example, one of the main characters, one of the main figures of Italian football is Moggi. He was once the president of Juventus, and he declared that there was a very, very famous and or rather infamous declaration. He declared that there are no LGBT athletes in Italy, and specifically in football.
Naturalmente anche in Italia le cose cambiavano rapidamente, soprattutto con l'avvento anche in Italia delle grandi manifestazioni per il Pride, a cui partecipavano anche gruppi sportivi LGBT che nel frattempo si erano formati. Per fare un esempio, nel 2005, quando ci furono i Gay Games a Barcellona, con 14.000 atleti, parteciparono ben 350 atleti italiani, e credo che sia stata la massima espressione della presenza gay nello sport italiano a livello internazionale, almeno per quel periodo.
Things, of course, were constantly changing, and eventually they were rapidly changing thanks to the participation of many sports clubs, of many LGBT and or supportive sports clubs in prides all over Europe. And it is remarkable how in the 90s, the participation of several Italian sport clubs, for example, in Barcelona, was a very positive moment for the movement and for the awareness raising action in terms of access to sport for LGBTIQ people.
Fino ad arrivare al 2014, quando ci fu la campagna per i lacci gay, che ebbe un grandissimo successo. Addirittura nello stadio di Bologna il club sportivo consentì di stendere uno striscione che fu in bella vista nello stadio per parecchie partite, in occasione del Coming Out Day dell'11 ottobre del 2014. Tra l'altro la squadra del Bologna aveva un allenatore che si chiamava Olivieri, che era un allenatore particolarmente intelligente e progressista, e quindi fu possibile fare questa importante iniziativa senza che ci fossero le rimostranze degli ultra, perché noi sappiamo bene che soprattutto negli stadi il gioco del calcio è un gioco prevalentemente maschile, gli spettatori sono soprattutto maschi, e l'insulto preferito era quello di urlare a questo o quel calciatore che veniva di volta in volta contestato la parola italiana frocio, che è l'equivalente della parola inglese queer, che era ritenuta veramente molto molto insultante e offensiva. Però questa campagna del 2014 ebbe un grandissimo successo, ne parlò tutta la stampa nazionale, la televisione, ed è stato proprio l'inizio di un cambiamento importante che vediamo a tutt'oggi.
In 2014, we go back to Bologna, where during a campaign initiated by AICS Italia, that is one of the most important LGBTQIA associations in the country, developed an initiative through which on billboards during matches there were positive messages to sustain the Coming Out Day campaign. So in October in 2014, the coach Olivieri, Bologna team coach, actually helped to keep these banners on even after Coming Out Day, and actually also helped keep homophobic, homo-bi transphobic slurs out of the field. And this was a big success, and it was also the beginning of a more inclusive and of a more active way to talk about these issues in sports as well as in politics.
Concludo dicendo che l'iniziativa del 14 portò a una grande apertura del mondo dello sport, ufficiale anche, con dichiarazioni delle varie organizzazioni ufficiali italiane, e recentemente c'è stato il coming out di una persona che io conosco da tanto tempo, della prima donna arbitro italiana, Carolina Morace, che ha rilasciato una bellissima intervista al principale quotidiano italiano del Corriere della Sera di qualche settimana fa, e questo significa che il cambiamento c'è stato, il cambiamento è stato operato soprattutto grazie ai nostri sforzi di attivismo LGBT, ed è un cambiamento importantissimo perché metà della popolazione in tutto il mondo occidentale pratica in qualche modo attività sportive, sia open air che a chiuso, che nelle palestre, nei campi da calcio, nell'atletica leggera, e lo sport è un'attività fondamentale anche di carattere educativo. Riuscire a cambiare la mentalità che è ancora particolarmente maschilista nel mondo sportivo è una tappa fondamentale per il cambiamento generale della nostra società e per la piena uguaglianza delle persone LGBT con il resto della società.
Okay. This really helped the LGBTI community and also media open up about the topic. It also helped, of course, the sport federations and associations. And most recently, still talking about coming out, Carolina Morace, one of the most famous coaches and referees of Italian football, also came out. And this was a very important moment because, of course, because of her role, and partly because she's a woman. And as we all know, there has been not too much attention given to and visibility given to also this gender issue. Sport is fundamental for healthy living, for social relations, and thus it can be, or it is, a tool for positive change and inclusion.
Un caro saluto a tutti e buon proseguimento di questo importantissimo webinar.
Thank you for having me here, and enjoy the webinar.
Thank you very much, Franco, for this precious historic witness. Franco is the president of GayNet, the association involved in the professional training of journalists in Italy, and is honorary president of AICS, the first Italian LGBT association, we remember. And thank you again, Franco. And we go on. So it was foreseen the last keynote speaker, Monica Cirinnà, Italian senator, but she has a problem, a trouble, and she will speak later during the webinar. We go on, and I leave the floor to my colleague Klaus Oslein. We remember we are running the Sport and Equality International webinar for people who is joining us from the web right now. Here is Klaus, and Klaus will introduce the next panel. Klaus, the floor is yours. And turn on your micro. Perfect.
Let me unmute me. Yes, I'm now having the pleasure to announce our next guest speaker, which is Dr. Ilse Hartmann-Tews from the German Sport University in Cologne. Well, we have been talking and hearing a lot about the situation of LGBTI athletes and history. We are now really coming to the concrete results of the Outsport project. And we have basically two results. Let's come to the first one now. The first result is the result of some scientific survey which we did Europe-wide. and the Sports University in Cologne was our project partner for this part of the project. They run the complete survey with all the data collection and especially the data analysis. And I would now like to get Ilse on stage activated. Rosario, can you switch her into the panel now so that she can present the Outsport research results to us? Hello, Ilse, the floor is yours. You need to unmute you. Your micro is unmuted. Ilse, we don't hear you. You need to click on the mute button in the down of the... Rosario, can you unmute her? Can you activate her?
Ilse, could you please unmute your mic? There's this mic icon. No. Because we cannot unmute you because you unmuted yourself.
Now
okay,
it works.
there you are. There you are.
Now
Great.
it works.
It works.
Let's see. Yeah, thank you.
Curious.
Thank you for being with you and the organizing of this great conference and webinar. And I try to share my screen with you and the data. Let's see whether it works. So this should be now on your screen as well. Perhaps Klaus can give me a feedback whether it works.
It's not yet here, but I think Rosario or Andrea need to accept your screen sharing to display it on the big screen for everyone. Andrea, can you check if you received the data from Ilse?
So for all the participants,
I am checking and I'm trying to understand. We're not receiving the notification. Just a second. The thrills of going live. Sorry, we're almost there.
Don't worry, that's the general challenge of webinars and video conferences. So I went through these challenges.
Sorry, if you can try again, because maybe now it will work. Try again to share the screen.
Otherwise, maybe we can share the screen with the slide that Ilse has sent us, and Ilse is just doing the commenting.
So so that means, well, it looks as if I share my screen. So the way we tried it yesterday, but it doesn't. You don't see anything?
Not yet. But let's see if Rosario and Andrea can fix it.
You tried again right now.
Ilse, probier nochmal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Here we are.
Here we go.
The problem. We solved the problem. Okay, perfect.
Now, problem solved. Everything fine?
Everything fine. Go on. The floor is yours.
Great. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to present our data. Yes, so let's start with this picture over here. You see the ILGA rainbow score, which is a survey on the implementation of equality standards for LGBT all over. And you see those countries who are in green, that means they really have implemented a lot of positive liberal legislation towards LGBTIQ equality. And going to the red part, it means they are far more behind. And we see that these legislation and policy varies across Europe, and it has an impact on the measured homonegativity and experienced discrimination across Europe. In those countries where we have high standards, a high amount of implemented measures, we know homonegativity is far less. So these findings of homonegativity, I think that what I really have to communicate is that these are based on a heteronormative gender order, which is general, which is not only in sport, which is the general feature. It is the belief in a binary gender order, and this involves the belief of an alignment of biological sex assigned at birth, the gender identity as male, female, and heterosexuality, that means sexual orientations between people of opposite sex. And anyone who deviates or drifts away from or depart from this heteronormative gender order provokes people or provokes negative reactions. And when we look at sport, we know sport is embedded in society, so it's embedded in the general heteronormative order. But in addition, when we ask whether there is some homo and trans negativity in sport, we have to consider that sport system is about the body, and it is about a hierarchy between men and women. So from a sociological point of view, we talk about the sport system as a body-centered system, and with a central mindset of physical performance. And this means communication of physical performance and the improvement of body-centered performance is the central reference for all activities in sport. And included in this mindset is a kind of hierarchy between men and women, and sport has an institutionalized gender differentiation between the two gender in competitive sport. When men and women compete in different leagues, and they have to compete in different leagues based on the idea that it's a level play, it's sort of fair play for women to compete in their own leagues and not to compete against men. So with these specific structure of the sport system, there is some probability that the homo and trans negativity in general is even enforced in sport. So, and this is where we come in with our project, and Rosario introduced it already. We had 5 countries involved in this project, and the central goal is to prevent violence and tackle discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. And apart from awareness raising, educational efforts and capacity building, which was the central pillar of Outsport, our part of the university was to do empirical research. 2 pillars here: the online survey with LGBTIQ individuals 16 plus of age all over Europe. And the second pillar was our interviews with stakeholders of sport organizations in these 5 project countries. Today, I want to, I selected some central results, and I'm very happy that in the introduction, Guglielmo di Cola already referred to some of the results. So I'm very happy that these are spread all over organizations and ministries and in Europe. So the total sample of the survey covered more than 5,500 individuals, and with all different sexual orientations, as well as people who are categorized or categorize themselves as cis individuals, that is where the sex ascribed at birth is identical with the gender identity, compared to non-cisgender people, we call here now named transgender people, where there is an incongruence between sex ascribed and the gender identity. The sample all over is sort of has a big share of people participating in sport, 2/3 of them, but there are some who stopped being engaged in sport, some even immediately after physical education at school. So let's start with one central result, and that is we asked the persons whether they witnessed homo or trans negative language in their sports within the last 12 months. And almost 60% said, yes, I witnessed at least, several times during the last 12 months, such kind of homo trans negative language. So the differentiation we have to make is that the prevalence is far more often in team sport, and it is far more often in competitive sport compared to leisure sport and individual sports. As well as there is transgender people who are more vulnerable, that is, they are witnessing far more often homo trans negative language. And the question that now arises is this speech and language in any kind harmful? Do people feel offended or discriminated? And in research literature, sometimes it said no, because it's so common that we have this homo and trans negative language in sport. LGBTI people and other people don't worry about it. It's not harmful. But our results document the opposite. We see that out of those who have experienced or witnessed trans and homophobic language, 80% say, yes, I felt offended by it. Yes, I felt discriminated by it. And I think this is very important to realize and to keep in mind when we are starting strategies to avoid discrimination. A further result is about personal negative experiences. And we asked all those who are engaged in sport whether they had experienced negative incidents, like, for example, verbal insults or structural discrimination, e-bullying, or any sort of negative experiences based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. And about 16% said, yes, over the last 12 months, I have experiences with these kind of negative incidents. And again, it's more in high-performance sport. And again, with regard to the composition of the sample, transgender people are far more often affected by these negative experiences. As to the kinds of experiences, verbal insults and structural discrimination is most often named in about 80% of the cases. But what is important to realize is that physically crossing the line or even physical violence is experienced by 1/3 of those who had negative experiences. Based on these, on this background, experiences or witnessing of homo trans negative language and negative experiences, we asked whether the respondents perhaps refrain from sports or perceive any kind of exclusion of sports. And indeed, almost 20% said, yes, I feel excluded based on my sexual orientation or gender identity and refrained from sport. So this is a quite high proportion, we think, of all the LGBTIQ individuals we asked, a fifth of all. Yes, let's turn to the last central result. We asked people whether they know agents or persons or institutions where to turn to in cases of negative experiences or of incidents based on their sexual orientation and gender identity. And the result is that many of the respondents said, no, I do not know any agent, institution, organization, or person to turn to report my case. I think this is a very important result we have to tackle with when we think about anti-discrimination activities. So let's turn to a summary. Wrapping it up, we can say, or have to say, yes, sport is still a homo and trans negative environment. All the results I presented. And to make an additional point, we see in our data that transgender people are far more affected. A bigger share has negative experiences, witnessed homotransphobic language, and refrained from sport. So it seems that this is the most vulnerable group under this cover of LGBTIQ individuals. Recommendations for action. In our survey, we had a lot of data, and in the group of our project partners, we discussed several activities, actions that should be done. And I wrapped up only some of them, and differentiate these by the different societal levels. On the very macro level, the cultural norms and institutional practices, we recommend any kind of awareness rate rising. So mediated campaigns, for example, would do probably a lot of awareness rising. Second, policy and legislation towards human rights in general and gender equality and LGBTIQ rights in particular should be fostered. We know that general cultural norms help a lot to bring a change. And of course, intersectoral networking. This is what we are doing now. Civil society, science, politics, all these sectors in society should work together. And this is what we tried to target when we did our info days in the Outsport survey in general. What can be done on the meso level of organization and the sport system? Definitely, there should be proactive diversity and anti-discrimination management. Top down, I think, is very important. The leaders should be involved in it. First of all, they should be the persons who bring everything on the move. And then definitely change charters and rules. Their appreciation of diversity should be included, as well as prevention measures of violence and discrimination. It should be a clear-cut rule and mindset in all sport organizations that this is on the agenda. And again, in Outsport, we developed a toolkit, and my colleague will introduce you to this a few minutes later. A toolkit, and we did some training, so Outsport was active on the meso level as well. What can be done on the micro level? This is the individual interaction, the individual behavior. And there we think the empowerment of young people to stand up for anti-discrimination at all levels is very, very important. And to talk with them about the use of homo and trans negative language. Very often they say, well, it wasn't meant to be offending, not at all, but be aware it is offending. And so in our toolkit and in our trainings in Outsport, we worked on this level as well. Let's come to a good example in Germany. It's Bund in Germany, and translated it's the Federal Network Conference of Queer Sport Organizations. They are just running the conference, digital virtual conference in this week. I was invited to introduce the network, and it's really, they managed to do so many steps forward to bring people together. It's really intersectoral networking on the macro level. It's training, toolkits development on the meso level, as well as training on the individual level. So I'm very happy and proud that there are so many people engaged in this work. And I think one of them is in our webinar today, a bit later in the afternoon. So in Outsport, we developed some leaflets, country profile leaflets on the quantitative as well as on the qualitative results. So people in Scotland and England, people from Italy, from Hungary, from Germany, as well as from Austria, can find these leaflets in their language. And I think this is very important because the results differ across Europe. And we know, coming back to the ILGA rainbow score, that in those countries where there is little implementation of LGBTIQ rights, there is high amount of homo and negativity, high amount of negative experiences in sport. So let's try to bring these countries on a higher level of appreciation of diversity and anti-discrimination. And finally, I can announce an editorial volume. Some of the participants and of course all of those who were in the project are part of this book. It's edited by me. It's that's the wrong one. This is one. It's edited by me. The title is Sport, Identity and Inclusion in Europe, the Experiences of LGBTQ in Sport, and will be edited by Routledge and will hopefully be in the shelves of the bookstore and as ebook book available next year. So thank you for listening and being with us. And now I think I hand over to Andrea.
Andrea is not yet ready, but thank you, Ilse, for your very detailed insights. I found it especially interesting also that you mentioned that we have huge differences between LGBT acceptance or number of incidents, depending on also the political situation in the various countries. Well, maybe we have less incidents in countries like Germany, Netherlands, and Denmark, and maybe a higher number of incidents in countries like Croatia, Poland, or Hungary. I see that Andrea is ready to take over. Then I hand over to Andrea again.
Thank you, Klaus. So we have our first comments from the audience. Rami Eluzaini asks, how can we get the toolkit in view of proposing its application to a university administration somewhere else? Where can people find it?
Okay, it's a very good question. Sorry that I sort of that I didn't mention it. Outsport has a really good website, and we worked a lot on it, and you can download it from the Outsport website. Maybe we can Outsport-EU
No worries. I will actually add this. I will actually add this to the comments. But it was just important for you to tell us in words.
Okay.
And any other? Okay. Thank you. And for the moment, it looks like there are no other questions, but I'm pretty confident there will be many more. So we will stay with us, Ilse. We will get back to you with other questions.
Perfect. So we are showing the website for people who are interested. Thank you, Rami, for being interested in our tools, in the toolkit and in the report. The website is also is also screened right now, out-sport.eu. And we go. Thank you very much, Ilse, for the explanation of the result of our research. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the team of the unit of Cologne. I want to thank Tobias Menzel, Birgit Bauer-Muller, who worked on the research. There was an entire team working on this research. We go straight to the next panel. So let me introduce. Thank you, Klaus. We see you later. Thank you, Ilse. Okay. We go straight to next panel because we saw the problem. And now we will discuss about the existing policies, if they are sufficient, what they foresee, how can they help member states to act. And we will do that, first of all, with my friends and colleague, Hugh Torrance, who will help to co-moderate this panel. Hugh is the co-president of the GLSF, European Gay and Lesbian Sport Federation, and is also executive director of the LIB Sport Scotland, an association, an important association in Scotland involved in the LGBTI activism and sports issues, and also a partner of the Outsport projects. Thank you, Hugh. Do you want to introduce briefly yourself?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Rosario, and thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm here representing the European Gay and Lesbian Sport Federation. I won't say very much about that just now in the interest of time, but I will be speaking on a panel very soon, and we'll be able to say a bit more about what the Federation does and how we work to implement some of the activities that support the sports policy framework. So, yeah.
Perfect. And let's introduce our important guest of this panel. We have Eleni Tsetsekou, who is head of the Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Unit of the Council of Europe. Good morning, Eleni, and thank you very much for being here.
Good afternoon. At least in Strasbourg, at the Council of Europe. Hello to everyone from Strasbourg, Council of Europe. I'm afraid the news are not very happy about European policies in terms of equality, sports and equality, LGBT equality in Europe. But let me just starting with
sorry, Eleni, let me welcome one moment the other guest, Yves Le Losteque. Good morning, Yves. Thank you for being here. He is the head of the Sport Unit of the European Commission, so he's here on behalf of the Sport Unit of the European Commission, and will help also us to deepen the existing and upcoming policies in this field. Sorry, Eleni, for interrupting you. If you have a brief consideration, please, and then we will go on with our questions. Thank you.
So thank you for inviting me. It's my pleasure.
Thank you. So we can start with we have the first question for you, Eleni. So we interrupted you, but you will say everything in a few. We start from the report of the Steering Committee for Human Rights of the Council of Europe. And we read an important consideration because there is a sport chapter in that report. We read that sport continues to be a hostile environment for LGBT persons where little real progress is being made compared to other areas, so few progress in sport. Despite a definitive increase in the number of states reporting major to tackle discrimination, 7 countries in 2013, 28 countries in 2018, the invisibility of LGBT persons is evident. Very few professional sports persons have came out as LGBT. The situation is a consequence, says the report, of the lack of inclusive policies in the sports sector regarding SOGI, which is sexual orientation and gender identity. The question is, which kind of progress did you see between 2013 and 2019? What happened in the countries that adopted new measures? And do you see important example to follow in the country that adopted new measures? Please.
Thank you for your question. Allow me to set a little bit the scene and to explain what is this recommendation. I don't know if people, the audience, understands what is a recommendation of the Council of Europe. It is quite technical language. It's not a convention. It's a policy document which was adopted 10 years ago by the Committee of Ministers, so by the 47 member states of the Council of Europe. And this policy document is a policy tool. It's a tool helping member states to adopt equality policies in different sectors, in different thematic areas. And one of these areas, of course, is sport. And it is true, 10 years later, we have done a kind of monitoring to see where we stand with implementation of the measures. And sports, although we had an amazing development in terms of other policies. In 2013, we went back to the member states and we saw that in terms of progress in legislation and policies, only 7 had reviewed legislation. In this review exercise, 35 member states. They have advanced in several chapters of this recommendation: education, employment, same-sex partnerships, legal gender recognition legislation, just to give you some examples. But still, in the sports, the environment is hostile and there is a huge invisibility. And this comes out from the member states. It's not something that LGBT civil society says. It's a statement coming from the states. So what we have noticed also is that we have very few good practices. We have very few good practices which we would like to promote in member states. And strangely enough, these good practices come also from different horizons of our members of Europe. I will give you the example, for example, of Georgia. We have a brave move which was made by the Georgian national football team. It's a player, Guram Kasha, who was wearing LGBT flag during a match in solidarity of LGBT persons. And this movement was applauded by the president of Georgia, the mayor of Tbilisi, the Georgian Football Association, which shows that there is a real need to address this issue, and it was the president himself. But at the same time, this movement, of course, create a huge uproar coming from the religious institution, but also by the majority, by the population. So the environment is still hostile. And then, of course, we can go to countries like Denmark, Portugal, where we can find very good examples of addressing discrimination and within the sport environment. For example, we have countries that they have issued an ethical code for all athletes, coaches, officials, leaders, and supporters. And this is a very interesting good practice which comes from Denmark. So all in all, we realized with this review of the implementation of the recommendation that there is still a lot of work to be done. And especially when we want to mainstream, to go to see some interest from the mainstream sport actors, and of course what we are missing is role models. And I would like to come to this role models example. It was already mentioned. I was reading today an article about how a very famous tennis woman, Naomi Osaka, she spoke out. She spoke out since the Black Lives Matters, and how this movement, her movement, shifted completely the approach of the sponsors, because before the stars of the sport, they did not dare to speak about to do what we call political activism, because of course they were afraid that sponsors, they want rewarding, but on the contrary, they will punish them. So we have a shift now of having more and more role models, and this is what is missing. And of course, as we know, sports is a field where can save lives, can change lives, but can destroy lives also. So it's so important, especially for us, for the Council of Europe, who have been working with different minority groups and disadvantaged groups like Roma, and we've seen how much the life of a child can change with the inclusive sport policies at a local level, at regional level, but also at central level.
That's a really good point, Eleni, to kind of take us on to the next part. And, you know, I think the examples that you've used are really very powerful. I think many of us were very touched by some of those moments throughout this year. But, you know, working at that European level that you've just been talking about, I want to turn to you, Yves, and I want to talk a bit about the EU Work Plan for Sport. For those who don't know, the EU Work Plan for Sport is the overarching policy that encourages cooperation between the EU institutions and other actors within sport, and many of the other actors within the kind of civic space as well. And so it's become a really important tool to enable change to happen. And we were really delighted recently when we saw that sport for the very first time has been mentioned within the new LGBT work plan at EU level, which is a fantastic development. And also indeed that intersectionality has been included as a very strong element there as well. And I think that touches on some of what Eleni was talking about. So what I want to ask you is, when can we expect to see the new version of the work plan? And do you think it's going to include reference to LGBTI people or LGBTI issues within sport specifically?
Okay, thank you for this question. I hope you can hear me. Just one remark to start, because I think you defined very well what is a EU work plan for sport. In summary, I don't want to make the EU history in the field of sport, but you know that now the EU has a competence in the field of sport, can intervene in the field of sport because there is an article in the treaty. And the two consequences of this is that Now there is funding, and maybe we will speak a little bit about that, or my colleague Guglielmo spoke about this, and this project is an example of what we can do. And there is policy coordination, and this is done through this EU Work Plan for Sport. Once every 3 years, we adopt with our member states a EU Work Plan for Sport, which define priorities and common work to be done on the in the 3 years to come. So your question was about what will be in the next EU Work Plan for Sport. On this, I will answer, but just partially, because this EU Work Plan for Sport, the new one, which will cover 4 years, will be 3 years and a half to be more precise, will be adopted 1st of December. So it will be the privilege of ministers and of the commissioner to announce what will be the content. But I can confirm that the EU Work Plan for Sport will continue and will even develop and allow the development of the work done on fight against discrimination and inclusion and the promotion of inclusion in general. And without giving too much details, I can say you that the first priority in this EU Work Plan for us will be about safe environment in sport, which includes the prevention of harassment, abuse and violence, including sexual violence and any form of discrimination. So this means that this will be a work which will be done together between member states, the presidency of the Union and the Commission in the coming 4 years. I cannot.
Oh, I think you're on mute still, Rosario. We can't hear you.
Yes.
Rosario, please unmute your mic.
Sorry,
unmute your mic.
Perfect. Yves, I thought you finished your speech. Sorry if I interrupt you.
Yes. I finished. I just gave you a small indication about what is in the future EU Work Plan for Sport, and a confirmation of the priorities that we discussed today will continue to be a priority and even generate more work and focus. And of course, in parallel, there is a very important document which will be adopted probably a couple of weeks later. It's the Erasmus Future Program, which will allow also the continuity of funding on different priorities, including inclusion and fight against discrimination. So we will have in the coming weeks the 2 pillars put in place: policy priorities plus the funding instrument, which will allow the continuity and even the increase of budget concerning sport.
Okay, we wrote the recommendation. We sent a recommendation to after the conclusion of the Outsport project about what, according to us, had to be changed in the European Sport Plan, and what we are hearing is for sure is a good news. I appreciate particularly the concept of self-environment you explained. Of course, it would be a good point. It would be better if we have a clear mention of the SOGI topic in the European Sport Plan. In any case, we will continue to create new information, to gather new data. In order, we will, of course, we are waiting to read the plan and to read what is written. But what you said is a step forward. But I strongly think that maybe we need an explicit mention of this of the topic. I want to shift to Eleni, and then we go back to you, Yves. Just for a further question. After I always mention the report, and I thank you to explain before what is the report, because it's a really technical document. We in the report we read that we have a lack of moments of conferences on issue of homophobia and transphobia in sports, and which are few and far between. And you mentioned an important project, which is Queer in Football, in the document promoted from one of our partner with the BIDC from Vienna. The question is, what can be done to foster the interest of mainstream sport actors to participate in education activity, sector developments, and best practice exchange? And what can be done also to foster the commitment of national policies from the Council of Europe, of course? It's a good question.
It's a good question. Thank you. SOGI Unit is dealing with, as I told you, with negotiating with the member states, authorities, policies, adopting new legislation, providing expertise, exchanging of good practices in all thematic areas of this policy document, which is called the Committee of Ministers Recommendation 2010.5. But we have at the Council of Europe a specific sector dealing with sports, and of course, sports and human rights. So it's called EPAS, Enlarged Partial Agreement on Sports. Partial agreement means that some member states participate in this sector, but our colleagues in the House have identified exactly this, foster the interest of mainstream sport actors to participate in education activity as one of the priorities. And it was, you probably know that Greece had the presidency of the Council of Europe Committee of Ministers, and they organized a committee of a ministerial sport ministerial conference of on sport in Athens, and this was exactly the topic of this ministerial conference. So I think this is the fact that it's one of the priorities, and it's going to be one of the priorities of the Diversity Conference in 2021 that our colleagues are going to organize. This shows that Council of Europe is approaching this target, and we want to help our colleagues with this. And what we are going to next year, we are going to develop a guide to member states. This is our job. Our job is to give guidelines and to direct them, to help them to go to the right direction. So it's going to be, we are going to work on a guide to member states on managing SOGI's diversity in sports. So addressing all the issues that we have already highlighted in our report, the discriminatory insults based on SOGI, the inclusive activities and facilities that should be open to all, and dialogue with sports associations and fan clubs in developing awareness-raising activities. This is very important. So there are three main axes of lines, and this is something that we are going to work next year together with our colleagues from EPAS, and hopefully we can contribute also on the implementation of the strategy of the LGBT strategy of the European Commission, which is a very important policy document, and we are really, really happy that European Commission took a very strong stand on this topic, and we are looking forward to cooperate also with our colleagues in Brussels.
Thank you, Eleni, very much for this, and please I leave the floor to you for the next point.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Eleni. I'm going to turn back to Yves again, and I want to turn our attention to the Council of the European Union adoption of the conclusion empowering coaches. And actually, I'm interested to hear you speaking about that, and we wonder what we think should change in the current member states' policies, which might allow that conclusion to be implemented in the field of education, of sports operators, trainers, youth workers, and so on, and whether actually that implementation of that resolution could address LGBTIQ issues. And I want to maybe just incorporate a comment that we've had from Luca Arfini, who, just in the interest of time, it will save us asking this question of you later. But Luca says in the comments that actually change should start through education and by teaching children from an early age. And, you know, how do we incorporate that within this kind of framework here? So, yeah, if you could say a few words on that, Yves.
Okay, thank you. Of course, I think I will comment on this. Just before I will react on the remark on the EU work plan for sport, and I think that you use the expression "it is a step forward," and clearly it is. I know that we had discussions and there were important efforts from your organizations to have references to the work pass for sport on LGBT questions. It will maybe not be as precise as you wanted, but it will be more precise and more developed and strengthened compared to the past. And as I said before, beyond this or apart to this, at the same time, there will be more funds in order to accompany this policy. So I think we can be, on our side, we are very satisfied. We know that it's a council document, but we are very satisfied about the progress made, also because sport is part of the strategy that you mentioned, and that sport can help precisely promoting values and anti-discrimination. This was a recognition. So on the question on council conclusions, first of all, again, we have to remember what are council conclusions. This is not a constraining document. This is more a political document. At the same time, the Commission and the member states commit to do things on a voluntary basis. And the main message of these council conclusions to which we are referring is that coaches are not just there to teach technical things. They are there to educate. They are there to precisely to give values. And if the question is, do, in our view, coaches need precisely to pass messages of openness, of tolerance, on non-discrimination? Yes, clearly, this is exactly the intention of these council conclusions, which invite coaches not only to be technical teachers, I would say, but to be real educators. And all member states and the Commission committed to work in this direction. So clearly what you are referring and what you are mentioning go in these directions. And the plan of implementation will depend on each member state. We have our own efforts for Erasmus+, for instance, and the future Erasmus, and member states have the responsibility of their own policy, but all of them signing these conclusions agreed to integrate this dimension in the work of coaches. And my last word will be just to quote the colleague who just made a comment about the fundamental role of education. It makes me think of an important thing in sport history in France, where the key word was tout commence à l'école. Everything begins in school, and this is. And we could endorse completely this quotation, because everything, I think, all values and all are taught basically in schools. And so this would be my reaction to your questions.
If it's okay, I know that we're running out of time, but there is another question here for you, Yves, as well, and it might be easy for me to just ask you that just now. But the question comes from Alice Brunei, I think, and the question is that the LGBTQI rights in sport topic has been increasing in prominence across the years, and I think the question is really kind of asking how we can make sure that the strategy is being implemented well, and that organisations, the right kinds of actors, are being funded in order to deliver this work in a strategic way. Alice is making the observation that some of the work that might be done can be done at a very generic and superficial stage.
I don't know exactly how to react to this question. I take it as a positive message, and I will say that in this sector we will work on the principle of continuity. I fully agree that, and it's evident that fight against discrimination, tolerance, values have represented more and more importance in our policy, and more important in the program also. Just, I don't want to enter into figures, but Guglielmo di Cola mentioned some of them. At the beginning of the program, this part of inclusion as a whole represented 25% of project. Now it's 30%, and on an amount which has increased considerably. Let's remember that at the beginning of the program, the first year, 2014, we had 19 million. Now we have 70. So the impact has completely changed. That's true. That priorities, such as in the Council conclusions or the work plan for sport, are expressed or worded in a very generic way, and maybe again there would be a preference to have more specific references. We can work on this. We can think about this. I can just tell you, it will be maybe I don't want to be too long, but that we are currently working in the work program 2021 for the call for proposal, which will be launched in a couple of weeks. And 21 will be about mostly continuity in this field. So projects which could be supported in the past, such as this one, or similar projects, will be supported again or can be supported in the future. So in the first year, in 21, in the principles, in the priorities, there will be a lot of continuity in the efforts we make, including in the field of tolerance and non-discrimination. By the way, you will notice that there was one word which will appear in the current program, which was not in the past one. It is a word of values, and this followed the council conclusions, also the Bulgarian presidency. And I think here we are discussing also values, and I receive also the message from the council, our colleagues and friends from the Council of Europe, and we are very keen to work with you. We already do, but we are very keen to continue this work with you in the future.
Thank you very much, Yves. I think there's many positive things that we can take from what you've been saying there, and many reasons to be optimistic about the future program. Rosario.
I think you are right. We have many reasons to be optimistic, but we are also to continue our work for the implementation of this policy in our state, in our local communities, and also to improve this politics. And from an intersectional point of view, there are not just the LGBTI policies, but this is really an intersectional topic. It's not the rights of a minority. Is a matter that regards every person, and this is the way we will go on to obtain also the mention of this topic in not only sports but also in other documents and in other policies. I want really to thank you for joining us, Yves Le Losteque, who represents the head of the sport department of the European Commission. We said, and Eleni Tsetsekou, who represents the head of sport unit of the European Council of the Council of Europe. Sorry. And thank you very much. We look forward for new cooperation together. Thank you very much. And
thank you very much.
Go on, because we are really in delay, but I mean it's our first webinar, so not everything can go perfectly, but we do our best. So let's go on. We see later for the other panel, for the next panel. See you later. And let me welcome for this for the upcoming panel our next guest. We have Ziegler, who is the co-founder of the media and advocacy platform Outsport USA. Here we are. Sid Ziegler, co-founder of the Outsport USA media and advocacy platform, and Luisa Rizzitelli, president of AICS, Association of Italian Women Athletes, Associazione Italiana Atlete. Thank you for joining us. And with this debate, with this panel, we are going to have a look to what happened on the other side of the ocean, because we talked a lot about the European situation, but it's also important to understand to understand the point from a different perspective. The Outsport research shows a situation which confirms the problem about homotransphobia in sport. We have to say also that this situation had been previously described in the international study Out of the Fields, which is the only one study before the Outsport research, published in 2015, which also showed important data regarding the USA. I want to start, and I want to thank you also, Professor Denison, the promoter of the sport Out of the Field, who gave us an important contribution in the starting steps of the Outsport research. I don't know if he is following us, but I want to mention him as well. And I want to start with the first question for Bob. How did you start to be involved in sport and the LGBTI issue? Just to start the conversation. This is a brief overview starting from Sid. We need your micro.
I know. We still haven't gotten used to unmuting ourselves. Well, listen, there are so many different directions that I could take this. It's crazy to think that the United States is actually ahead of Europe on something, and in the sports world we are there. And one of the reasons is because the college and university sports system is so vast in the United States, and it offers the opportunity for so many people to come out and to show the inclusive nature of sports, that teammates will support one another, whether they're gay, straight, lesbian, bisexual, queer. And what we've found in the United States is it's vast support from teammates when athletes come out, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. So, I mean, that's what we've found in the United States, and it's been interesting to watch Europe kind of try to figure out how to catch up to where we are.
And that's clear. Luisa.
Well, Rosario, thank you for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here because I was talking to my friend before, and I want to say that we really need Outsport because it's one of the best practice we can talk about in Italy. We can talk about the LGBT person in sports rights, and it's a very big problem. I'm very worried about it. I heard the other guests you have in this webinar. I'm a little bit worried because I don't see a strategy of everyone in our country and all over the world. And I think we have a very big problem about the rights of the person LGBT. But we need to work together. We need the best practice. We need the data. We need everything. And in Italy, you know very well, Rosario, because you are a fantastic activist in this team, in this issue. We need all We have a good sensitive of UNAR, you know, the Office Against Discrimination, but it's not enough. It's not enough. We need to do more, and I think that with the AICS, National Women Athletes in Sport, and our project manager Alice Bruni, that is our fantastic volunteers, we want to do more in this field, because lesbian girls in sport are just tolerant. It's not possible. We have a lot of fear. No one talk about it, and we have a lot of problems. This is a real situation in Italy, I think.
And this is not about it. This is not all about Italy. We will talk later about the topic of homotransphobia and sexism in sport. So,
And he's frozen.
Don't freeze yourself, Rosario, please. We need you.
Did you hear my question?
No.
Okay, I repeat my question. So, yeah. A question for you. Okay, perfect. What progress do you think has been achieved in your country? Which are the most important milestones since it started to be? Which are the most important milestones you can tell us?
I think he was asking is important milestones. Do you want me to take that? Sure. I mean,
maybe I should.
So in the United States, there's just a vast network of out LGBTQ people in and around sports, professional sports, college sports, university sports, high school sports. That I think that's the biggest thing that we have, is that there's a vast network. So as people come out, they have the support not only of their team and their school, but they also have a network of people who are LGBTQ as well in sports. And that's something that we've built in the United States. And I know people are trying to build similar models in Europe. And I got to tell you, the more you connect out LGBTQ people in sports, the faster it accelerates change, because knowing that there's this support network, whether you're in the closet or out of the closet, having that support network is so important, of people who are like you.
And it is clear. What I wanted to ask Luisa, a question also for Sid. Which difference do you see in stereotypes and prejudice perpetrated in female and male sports? Which are the most important priorities to eradicate this kind of toxic masculinity, and which are the difference about this kind of stereotypes in female and male sports?
Oh yes, there is a difference. I think that this is the reason why we need an overall strategy, because we need to have every point of view for every situation. And women, we know perfectly that when we have athletes in masculine sports, they are always under attack, I can say. And we can see with soccer, with rugby, with some masculine sports, we have a very problem. And I'm worried because no one talk about it enough. And when you don't talk, when you don't have number, when you don't have a strategy, when you don't have words about it, sure, you cannot have the situation, the real situation in all the sport and in all the disciplines. And so we receive messages from the athletes about it, but we don't know what we can sure do to have some policies to fight this problem. For example, last week we present a national service against harassment and abuse and violence in sport. The name is SAVE, is a national service, and we hope that this kind of service could be useful also for the lesbian athletes that can call us and that can try to find a right solution for the problem, asking to experts. Because it's another thing, Rosario, very, very important, is that this kind of problems is very important, that are about people that are experts, that know exactly the problem and how can they do something. It's not a problem that everyone can talk to or can do something to help. We need specialization about this kind of issue, and we need that Italian committee, but also school, the minister, all the level of our stakeholders says, okay, we need to talk about it. And it's happened. We have our European project with AICS. The name is Fair Coaching. And we will have another project for Erasmus+, but according to our experts, we don't have too much to be sure that this problem could be really have a right way to be solved. And it's not a good situation, I think.
Rosario, you mentioned toxic masculinity, and I would like to talk about that for a second. What we're finding in the United States, and I think in Europe as well, is toxic masculinity starting to be replaced by beautiful masculinity, masculinity that is more open to people who may not fit the traditional stereotypes of masculinity. We see football players who identify as queer being completely accepted by their teams. And that's just something that we wouldn't have seen 10 years ago. And those queer soccer players having nail polish. And so we talk so much about toxic masculinity, but I think it's so important that we talk about beautiful masculinity, what that looks like, and modeling that, and more, I think male athletes gravitating toward something that is more open and welcoming and accepting.
I agree with this point of view, because we had also to build the positive narratives, and this is a good point in order to overpass the idea that we have just toxic masculinity at all. And this is a good point. And starting from that, I just want to introduce a point, because we often talk about discrimination, but the most important point is the basis of behaviors, of homophobic behaviors and attitudes that we have to recognize among our sports club and sport environments. There is a beautiful declaration of President Obama recently. I read on your website in these days, who talked about locker room homophobic slurs thrown by him as a teen growing up in the 70s, so in a different social and cultural background. The same Obama set, disruptive milestones in the field of LGBTI policies in the USA. And starting from that, how is important that people who are 14, 15 years old recognize that it's not just a matter of physical, verbal harassment, but also a matter of behaviors, attitudes, and so how is important is that they recognize this kind of behaviors also later. I mean,
yeah. Well, a couple of things that we're finding. Number one, a lot of straight cisgender athletes don't understand the impact using gay slurs has on LGBTQ athletes. They know it's not a good word to use, but they don't understand how deeply it impacts them. And what we found is that when you educate the straight cisgender athletes about those things, they stop using those words when they realize how hurtful they are. So there's a disconnect, and this is the big reason. There's a disconnect between using a gay slur and rejecting LGBTQ people. A lot of people who use gay slurs, they don't mean I hate gay people, but that's how it's received. And that's the big disconnect that we've found in the United States. Kobe Bryant was a very famous NBA player. 9 years ago, he called the referee a gay slur, and it took days and weeks to educate him that there's a connection to the person who's hearing the slur between what he's saying and hate. And he didn't understand that. So we have to start talking about what these slurs really mean. They're lazy slurs, but they don't mean I hate gay people. Usually, sometimes they do, but usually they don't.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think also that with our project, Fair Coaching, we will go into the teams, into the club, into the school to talk to coaches that they have to contrast sexism, machismo, and all this kind of violent behavior that sometimes we have when they are working with the athletes. Male or female is not important, but Rosario and Bob, I think that it's very, very important that we can have some instrument to use, some words in common, some strategy, and it's very important that the European Commission in sport, but every country says to the Italian, to the national sport organization, you have to do it. It's not an option. It's a big problem, and it's very difficult to understand how it's huge if you don't have a program to do it. So it is a big hole in which we cannot understand how important it is. I was a volleyball player, I was a lesbian, and it was not easy to be an athlete in my time when I was athlete. It's not changed anything, I think.
It's so important with the use of this language to educate people. There's education and there's also consequences, there's punishment. But it's so important to give people who use this language a way back, an opportunity to come back into sport. Just kicking them out of sport doesn't help anybody, but giving them an opportunity to learn and become a model athlete or coach. It's so important. We can't just kick these people out of sport. We have to educate them and welcome them in and find ways to turn them into real advocates for this work.
Exactly. We use the metaphor of the pyramid in Italy, and there is a metaphor used also in other countries in Europe, just to describe what is in the basis of hate. The hate is on the head of the pyramid. On the basis, we have stereotypes, representations, false opinion, fake news, and of course the goal is to work on the basis of the pyramid, because no one. We hope we in the future we will not have any more harassment, killing, and physical discrimination, but the most important challenge is to work on the basis of the pyramid. And what you said is really important, because it's the key to give a second opportunity to people who used verbal slurs to get the opportunity to say, okay, I did it wrong, as Obama said, because it's not easy to admit I did it wrong. I was on the wrong side. According to me, this is the path to follow. Briefly, a last question for you, because we are going on. The technical team say to me that it is pyramid, non-pyramid. Sorry. This is a process of lifelong learning for me. So, yes. Which are the most important obstacles for a professional athlete to come out? And this is a question I ask you, both, because you can give a different perspective. And on the other side, how could we encourage LGBTI openness starting from grassroots sport? And I'm not saying coming out, I'm saying LGBTI openness, which means not the classical coming out, but just the possibility to express and say without any problems when there is the occasion to say about themselves. This is the question for both. Starting from Luisa.
Well, I mean, and I want to talk about one of our best champion we have in Italy, that is Marchisio. Marchisio is a wonderful example because it talks about rights for women, rights for LGBT people. We need more that our champions have the courage to talk about this. And I think that we need absolutely more awareness, because also the professional athletes are have a fear to lose their sponsor, to lose their job, to lose everything they have, because it's not so easy to talk about it, and they absolutely know that is tolerated. It is not accepted, and it is very important. So I think we need to talk to also to sponsor to the top of the level of our manager, because if we don't have a friendly field, we cannot ask to professional athletes or other athletes to talk about this if they want their sexual orientation. And I think we have to build in with a big teaching, with a big work, with a big job to let the professional athletes, but not only to professional, to talk about their life without any fear. And it is not a short program. We need to study. We need to do this and to start immediately. I don't think we need to do what Outsport is doing in Italy, but more and more and more, and in other countries and all together then.
Clear.
5 years ago in the United States, those of us in this space used to focus a lot on the professional athletes coming out, particularly in men's sports, because there were so few of them. I don't care today. The number of professional athletes in the United States, and Europe is similar, it's in the thousands. But the number of youth, teenagers and preteens playing sports is in the millions. And we need to stop focusing on changing professional sports, because at the end of the day, it may be good visibility, but it impacts a few thousand people. It's the youth sports, the youth coaches. That needs to be the focus, and that's where we in the United States started focusing more on the youth sports, because there are millions and millions of kids who are impacted by that. Whereas, I mean, professional football in Europe, it's a few thousand people.
That's why I asked about professional and grassroots sport. And you're right, I agree about that. So I think that we talked about several topics and with good achievements. And I just can thank you very much for your speech, and I hope you can remain with us, because we will have a question and answer panel later. And so thank you again, Sid Ziegler, co-founder of Outsports.com media and advocacy platform in the USA since 1999. It's correct. And thank you, Luisa Rizzitelli, president of ASSIST, Italian Association of Female Athletes, Associazione Italiana Atlete Italiana. Thank you both. And I go straight to leave the floor to my colleague Klaus for the next panel, which will introduce the other important outcomes of the Outsport project. Here we are. Welcome again.
So let's just go on to the next panel. I know that we are a little bit behind schedule, but I will try to make the introduction as short as possible. On one hand, we have our Outsport project consultant, Ferdi Laszlo. He is a trainer in the field of education through sport, and here in particular also in the field of non-sport education. And he was our main responsible for designing and developing the Outsport toolkit. And on the other side, I'm very pleased to have here also Lou Engelfield, who is having a long list of titles and achievements. It's so long that I will limit myself to mention only two of them. She has been an HLSF co-president for several years, and now she is the director of Pride Sports UK. And the main reason why we have invited her to be our guest tonight is that Pride Sport UK has already successfully used the Outsport toolkit and has applied the tools that we have developed during the project. And we are very happy to see that the Outsport toolkit has been used in that successful way. And I would really like to hear more from Lou how she did this. She is one of the first and maybe most prominent testimonies that we can get for this. And I would now like to ask first to Ferdi to introduce a little bit the content and the design of the toolkit, and then I would like to hand over to Lou, who can a little bit tell us about her experiences, how she used it, what was the impact, what was the success of the usage of this toolkit. Ferdi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This is the actual, that is it. Okay. So I can also show the actual toolkit for you. It's also available in print version. I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if you can see properly.
So now we see only you, but it usually takes some seconds until we see shared contents.
I'm going to solve the problem. Wait a moment, because I know the problem. Wait a moment.
It's good that somebody knows the problem.
Oh, it's happened before.
I don't. There is a problem because I can see the presentation.
Now here we go.
Okay, now you can see it. So very briefly, I would like to introduce the toolkit which I showed you. This is the result of the 3-year Outsport project, which was co-funded by the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. This is a result of the work of many experts and practitioners who were involved in different activities, in training activities, as well as in meetings and in the writing itself. There were more people. The idea was that we realized in sport, and I would like to note our guest of the previous panel from the United States, who said that we should focus on the youth sport dimension of sport, because that's where we actually have most of the problem, not so much in the very professional sport. So this toolkit is trying to reach out to coaches and sport practitioners and sport managers to actually be sensitive and understanding to the issue of LGBT minorities, because we are convinced that if these communities and their leaders, the sport communities, let's say the coaches and the sport managers, are not aware of how to address the issue of LGBT people, how to understand their problems, how to understand why they are not, why the sport is not accessible for them, to understand the issues that may arise in a dressing room, to address the issues that arise in the sport field, then they will not be able to be sensitive enough to work with people of diversity. So this toolkit is trying to help with its own limitations to those people who are working in the field, especially coaches and sport managers, to be able to handle all the issues around LGBT, all the issues about sexual orientation and gender identity. So the objective is to foster the capacity of these people the staff of a wide range of sport organizations to promote an innovative approach to prevent and tackle hate crime and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, and also to enable sport organizations and clubs and federations to tackle these forms of discrimination, to be able to talk about it, to be able to prevent these things before they get too serious, so that it will prevent people from going to sport clubs and these communities. The targeted people of this little booklet of, I think it's about 25 pages, but it's a very small print, so actually it is probably more if it's not printed with such a small letters. The three main target groups are coaches of sport, especially grassroots sport, noting on the experts from the United States. Also PE teachers in schools, and of course sport managers who are managing these sport communities. The content of the toolkit is not so complicated. We have an introduction. We have some main findings of the European research, which was already presented to you. Some theoretical explanation of what is education through sport. How can we use sport as a tool to develop different social competencies of young people? And also how it is more sensitive to sexual orientation and gender identity. We have some hints and ideas for sport managers and educators to be able to work out more sensitive and more inclusive sport community. And also we have a set of 5 pedagogical tools that can be easily implemented with a group of young people or with a group of coaches or with people who are working with athletes. And of course, we collected some relevant practices which may help how organizations can tackle LGBT inclusion. We have, you can see the detailed content. You see all the 5 activities described in very detailed. We also give some hints to the facilitators who are working with these practices. And of course, we are very open as authors for any feedback. So I'm also very delighted to hear some feedback from somebody who was using the toolkit from the book, because to work from the book is not always as easy as working from experience or practice. What is also interesting, can you still hear me and see me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, perfect. Because I don't see anything, only my slides, so it would be nice that I'm not talking to the universe. So we also identified during the project the main competencies, the values, the attitudes, the skills, and the knowledge that is required for a sport community leader or a coach to be able to work with this. So as you can see, it's not an easy piece of work. It's not so easy that everybody is born to be able to deal with LGBT inclusion, to work with the diversity of sexual orientation and gender identity. Of course, most of the time what we experience is that coaches and sport managers are trying to avoid these issues, not necessarily because they hate LGBT people. It's most of the time because they don't know how to do it. Nobody was teaching them. They didn't have it in the university as a side subject. They never had a training course on how to deal with it, and it's not as easy. It doesn't come by birth. Education through sport, what it is, we explain it in the toolkit very much in detail, maybe even too much in detail, but we consider this pedagogical aspect is so much important because a coach, a sport educator is at the end of the day is a pedagogical person, is an educator. No matter that he wants only to teach how to kick the ball, the person is also teaching the community about values. The person is also setting an example of a person to young people. So it is very important that it is a conscious process of teaching, no matter if they are qualified for the job or they are incompetent of targeting LGBT people. They are still an example, a sample of how to do things or how not to do things. I remember from from my basketball training that I was going in my teenagerhood for 6 years. My trainers, I had 3 trainers, none of them was whatsoever in any way competent in social issues. They were only focusing on how to throw the ball, how to win or try to win, and how to kick our ass in the certain moments. Anything else, they were not interested in us as people. They were not sensitive to what is going on in our community as a group of young boys. In the toolkit, we also try to ask questions to sport managers and educators. Educators meaning PE teachers or coaches. And we try to somehow with these questions to make them think and make them act as well. Some of the questions are trying to make them to have a vision, to have an idea on certain things, or to change their vision or change their idea. And also we are giving them some tasks, what to do in order to prepare their communities. There are 5 activities specially designed for sport teams. They are all education through exercises, meaning that they are aiming to develop social competencies of young people. It is also very important that these social competencies are transferable. So if they learn it here, they can take it on in their classroom, they can take it on in their families or among their friends, or later in their life, in their workplace. So it's a very valuable social inclusive set of competence which they will be proud in the rest of their lives if somebody brings it to them. Existing practices, we have 4 practices described, and they are all adaptable, and there are contacts for further questions to those who actually provided them. The format of the booklet is a colored PDF. It's downloadable for free from the Outsport website, and you can also order some copies from the project organizer, the project manager, Rosario Cocco. There is a very valuable glossary because we also think that to talk about LGBT issues is not easy. So it's also important to understand the very basic terminology, the very basic terms of LGBT inclusion. And we explain as simply as possible these notions in a glossary. And thank you for your attention.
So I would like to welcome again Lou Engelfield. Lou, the stage is yours. I'm very happy that you're here, especially after we had our short phone call where I tried to convince you to come here, and you told me, well, I know the toolkit so well because I'm using it already, which makes us, of course, very happy. And as you also say, we really appreciate to see that our work was something useful that has already gone open and gone active outside of our own project. So would you like to, first of all, tell us how you got to know about it, if it was through our newsletters, and especially how you really used it, and what was the actual impact of the toolkit when you used it?
Okay, so I need to start off by saying I think there's been kind of like a little bit of confusion. So one of the things is I've used a lot of the Outsport data in our own education work. So that's one thing. That's kind of like the primary way in which we've used the Outsport project. But having said that, I think there are some key things about the toolkit that we can all get behind. So, firstly, addressing issues around fundamental values. So I heard a small bit of the previous panel, and I was listening to Sid's points about the disparity and the mismatch between attitudes and language. And I think that that's very true for example, in environments like the UK. We know that there has been a massive attitudinal change in the UK, and the overwhelming majority of people are, support kind of, for example, equal marriage. There are some issues at the moment around trans people and their representation in the UK at the moment, but generally kind of in Western Europe, what we see is people's attitudinal, there isn't so much of a problem around attitude, there's a really big problem around language. But that isn't true for the whole of Europe. So I think the fact that the toolkit includes self-assessment tools, ways in which people can constructively ask themselves questions about their own attitudes and values, and about whether those present barriers to LGBTI inclusion, I think are really, really important. I particularly appreciate the education through sport approach. It's something that Pride Sports uses a lot, particularly in our Football versus Homophobia campaign. And I think the games, the thing that makes the toolkit really unique for me is that it offers games. It tells you how to set them up. It tells you how long they last. And also you can adapt those games for your own environment. So, for example, if you're in a standard coaching session, you're coaching a junior team, there might be key points at the time of the year that you could integrate those games into your work. So, if you're having a kind of celebration, like a season kickoff, for example, if you've got when I used to coach children, we used to do things like we'd have a Christmas game session where we wouldn't really be very serious about the football we played, but we might be playing some games. There are loads of contexts in which you can use those games. And as you say, for PE teachers, it's a way of integrating other areas of the curriculum into sport and physical activity, when we know that sport and physical activity is a real hotspot for name calling, for homophobic name calling. And again, we go back to the disparity. So for teachers, I think there are some excellent ideas in there. And I think it's really about, about how we make time, how we integrate those ideas into our own practice. And then finally, I would say, as an organisation that also works around raising awareness of kind of good practice. So that's the context in which we've really worked with Outsport. Is it's great that there are the project descriptions, that you can promote examples of diverse good practice through the examples that you provide in the toolkit. So I cannot say we've used the toolkit and we have these evaluations from the toolkit, but I can certainly say that this is kind of our assessment of the resource, and we've been very, very grateful for the research and for the project and for the data that it's highlighted. I think particularly the issue about the language that is being used, and the fact that language is being used by people's teammates, especially when we know that LGBTI inclusive environments are winning environments. There's been research done in the US around college athletics departments, which show that actually LGBTI inclusive teams are more successful teams, are winning teams, because they are environments in which everybody feels supported, even in environments where there aren't really large LGBTI communities or activism. So, a great resource that people can find a range of different assets and adapt for their own uses.
Okay, so if I get you right, I don't know if you have followed the speech of Lisa Rizzitelli in the previous panel, and she was a little bit, I don't want to say complaining, but pointing out that there is maybe a lack of suitable tools and educational material to really go into this direction. So you would consider the Outsport toolkit, and especially also the Outsport data as maybe a first step into the direction to provide people with suitable tools really to work with this or against these problems, actually.
Yeah, I think what you've done here is you've done the research. So we know, Klaus, from conversations we've had for many years, that there has been a real lack of insight in Europe around LGBTI experiences in sport and physical activity. And your research has really looked into that. And on the basis of your findings, you've then developed a toolkit. And I think, you know, I think it's also really unusual. I think we tend to have, you know, quite a bit of academic research around that really doesn't feed into the work of practitioners. So what's unique about this project is that you've got the data, and then you have worked with that data to produce a toolkit that can apply the findings of your research. So, you know, we can't have enough of those kind of resources in Europe.
That's true. Is there anything that you were missing in the Outsport results? Is there anything that you would say, okay, this needs to have a follow-up? Would you have suggestions what we should do to even maybe strengthen the power of the toolkit and of the results that
oh wow, that's a kind of a really big question. I think that we need to do you know, I think we need to do a bit more work around differentiating the experiences of people in our community. So I think, for example, the games are really great. The way they look at sort of like using abusive language about othering people, you know, there are some really important lessons there. But I think it's also really, you know, if we're talking about next steps, we should be looking at how we explore more the unique experiences of intersex people, of bisexual people, you know, how we break down the segments of our community and look at and analyze those unique experiences, really.
Well, as you might imagine, I'm not 100% neutral in this case. The reason for my question was very simple, because we are also thinking about follow-up projects in the framework of Erasmus Sport. And of course, we would then highly appreciate if we could maybe involve also Pride Sports in such a project, because if you have already the experience how useful it was for you to have this data, this information, then of course this can help us also to develop the project further, or to develop the further the follow-up activities. This is an open invitation.
Well, thank you.
Would that be an option for you?
Yeah, well, you know, absolutely, why not? We you know, it's always an absolute pleasure to work, you know, to work in a joined up way on a European level. So yes, of course.
The time is running a little bit out. Ferdi, do you have anything that you want to add to all that you have already said, or maybe to comment on something that you just mentioned?
Only one thing, which is now that I was talking about it again, I think it is very important that somehow we enter into the coach and PE teaching. Maybe not as a single subject as LGBT, but an inclusive sport. I think that where human rights matter for the coach, where the diversity of people matter, I think that should be a subject for all PE teachers before they get a diploma, as well as for all coaches who enter into the field of sport education, because they are educators. And I think it's a very big niche. It's a very big, maybe some universities have it, but I think very few and very, very not so much visibly. So maybe it's just a secondary subject that can be optionally taken. But I think inclusive sport as such should be compulsory for everybody who comes out with with a diploma of coaching and PE teaching. We are trying to enter the Budapest University, believe me, not only because of political issues, but we cannot enter with this issue.
Yes, I know that the Hungarian environment is a little bit more tricky than maybe UK.
It's not about performance.
Well, thank you both for your time and for being here, for sharing your information, your insights. And of course, you're invited to stay in the conference, in the call, because we are now also having a very interesting panel discussing a little bit about the situation in sport, in particular also LGBT sport. And I would like to close this session now, not because I want to kick you out, but because we have to, because I'm looking at the time. We are really a little bit behind schedule. Thank you once again for being here and for contributing.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Rosario,
you for
it's yours again.
Thank you very much to our guest, and really happy for seeing that our tools are used also have been used in the last year. Is really an amazing thing to know. Klaus, you should introduce the next panel right now.
Okay. So we need to
one thing to you. Okay, perfect. Thank you again. And
do we have the guest already in the back office?
Yes, we have our guest in the back office. So
okay, perfect. So then let me introduce them quickly. The quickest introduction will be for you, Torrance, which you have already seen previously as a moderator. Just to remind you, he is the current male co-president of the EGLSF and executive director of Leap Sports Scotland. The next guest is Amy Ridd, former co-president of the Federation of Gay Games and director of international participation during the Gay Games in Paris in 2018. We also welcome Markus Pinter as a representative of the Vienna Institute for International Dialogue and Cooperation, VIDC. He is active in the Fair Play Initiative for Diversity and Anti-Discrimination. A very warm welcome also to Esther Joan Russells, Head of Policy for Social Inclusion at the FAIR Network, which is a global anti-discrimination body active in the sector of football. Last but not least, we have Gabriella Bascelli, Project Manager at the European Multisport Club Association. She has been active as a top-level rower and has competed in the 2004 and 2008 Olympics. And in 2009, she was successful and won the gold medal at the European Rowing Championship. Welcome to you all. And thanks for being here tonight. Okay. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
You all have your microphones unmuted? Perfect. Well, let me just start with a very easy question, which I would like to ask all of you, and you can choose the order in which you want to answer. What are you thinking about the current European policies in the field of LGBTI inclusion in sport? Are these policies sufficient? Are they well enforced in the member states of the European community? Or do you really see lacks that can be closed only by, or gaps that can only be closed by the politicians? Let me maybe start first with you as the representative of the European Gay and Lesbian Sport Federation. And then let's just go on in alphabetical order, maybe.
Thank you, Klaus. When you said that you were starting with an easy question, I thought maybe my name or something, but I'll try to answer this one. So yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that, you know, I'm heartened and I'm optimistic that things are improving. And I think we heard earlier that there are some reasons to be positive about changes in, you know, sports policy at an EU level. But actually, I'm not necessarily seeing that played out so well in national policy throughout Europe, particularly in relation to LGBTI people. And we know that there's a great disparity anyway in relation to equality for LGBTI and LGBTIQ plus people right across Europe. So, I think there's a big gap there, between the ambition at European level and what's actually happening. And, I would say as well that the issue of, enforcement, which has come up in sanctions in the last couple of panel discussions, are hugely important here as well, because it's about the implementation as much as it is about the existence of policy. And so we know then, of course, that even in some situations where policies are in place, actually it doesn't translate necessarily that well into positive action on the ground. So I mean, I think as a whole, as I say, I'm fairly positive and I'm fairly optimistic, but there is such a lot of work to do. Some of the big challenges I think that we might have are that, of course, as well as just the inclusion agenda, we're seeing real measurable increases in hate speech and a continued growth in the anti-gender movement right across Europe. And that threatens a lot of the progress that's already been made. So, I suppose I think that, unfortunately, there's just as much of the work that we need to do, which is about maintaining rights and maintaining the ground that we've already achieved, as the work that we've got to do to push for even further progress. So yeah, that's where I'll leave it just now. I mean, there's much more to be said around intersectionality, and some of those things have been picked up by previous speakers as well. Just looking at the kind of actual lived experiences of different members of our community, because not all issues around LGBTI phobia and inclusion in sport are equally experienced by people across our community.
Thank you, Hugh. Emmy, do you want to continue?
Sure, I'll just add to all the great things that Hugh has said. Good evening, everybody. I think there's been a lot of progress made. Excuse me now. I think there's probably 3 or 4 times more potential, at least, that will take the next few generations to attain. And during that time, there is a need to do massive education and communication. So I think we're heading in the right direction, but there's a lot still to do. But I'm optimistic.
Okay. Yes, who wants to continue? Who wants to be the next?
Yeah, I don't mind adding in.
Okay.
I mean, I think Hugh and Emmy have hit the nail on the head, really. But I would say, coming from a footballing perspective, because FAIR works primarily in football, I think it's really positive to see sport being highlighted within the LGBTIQ+ strategy for the next 4 or 5 years. What we see through our work is that there are loads of really brilliant grassroots initiatives among the LGBT+ community, and that doesn't really correlate and isn't reflected in the policies and strategies of football's governing bodies and national associations. And I think the more we can highlight how important sport is in terms of promoting LGBT+ inclusion, the better. We are, you may have seen recently that the English FA had the then chairperson said that, being a gay athlete is a lifestyle choice, which really highlights the kind of antiquated views that people in kind of decision-making positions within football often hold. And I think we need to be pushing not only to have these wonderful spaces for grassroots activities, but also making sure that we're represented within the decision-making positions in management and coaching, in administration throughout the game. So I hope that's something that we can try and push forward with in the coming years.
That's actually a very good point, and I mean, you're also mentioning the management and maybe the top level management in particular. I know that in the national levels, we are in some of the European countries, at least, we're far advanced with the development, in others a little bit less. But I remember back in 2014. That was probably before you started your office at the Fair Network. An incident that happened in Munich, where there have been some homophobic banners shown in Europe League match between Munich and I think it was Manchester. And Munich was also fined for it, and then they were forced to close some blocks of the terraces and to display some banners which simply said no to racism or something like that, but they did not explicitly really react to homophobia. So, I mean, if I compare this to like our ordinary life, if I have toothache, I don't take the aspirin because I don't think that the aspirin will help against my toothache. I need something particular to cure that problem. And I think this might be one of the problems, that we don't really name the problem as it is. If there would have been a banner, no to homophobia, it would have had another impact, I think. And I think this is maybe also the point that Emmy was a little bit touching with other words when she said, well, we need also to do the education. But let's hear the other two speakers as well. I would then say next could be Marcus.
Yes. Good evening. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. And I also think that there has been a progress when we started our first European project funded by the European Commission. There wasn't even Erasmus Plus sports program for project. There was still the phase of preparatory action. And our first Football for Equality project was funded by the DG Justice. Yeah. And now there is a huge amount of money for inclusive projects, also directed to discrimination on different forms of homophobia, transphobia, sexism, and so on. Yeah? So I think on this level there was a huge progress. But the problem is, as you already said, is always to break these policies down to the grassroots and individual area. Yeah, how can you involve the athletes, the footballers, the grassroots sport clubs to be active and to act as in their own environment as a role model. And I think there is still much to be done, but also there had been a progress, because as we experience in our grassroots actions, and Ilse Hartmann mentioned it already in her input, one main element of the Outsport project were the info days. Yeah? And we from Fair Play, we are somehow responsible for the coordination and the organization of these info days with our partners. And in Austria, we made as part of the European-wide Faction Weeks, activities with the Austrian football community under the slogan "Together Against Homophobia." And if we would propose this to the Austrian Football League 10 years ago, I don't think that they would join these activities. And 2 years ago, when we started with this Together Against Homophobia actions, I would say nearly 80% of the clubs of the first two leagues joined our activities and the campaign.
That's a fantastic result. So let's give the word to Gabriela. Sorry for letting you speak as the last, but you are having maybe a little bit different role also than the others, because you are coming from the European EMCA, which is not an LGBT organization or not directly related to LGBT issues. What are your impressions, your experiences with the topic?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me, and good evening to everybody. I seem to agree with all of your views, actually. I'm going to speak from a personal point of view. I think what Esther said about the implementation, also Hugh, there are a lot of policies, and I'm very grateful for the European Commission and all the projects and the policies that they are putting out there. But just like most of you have said, I find, especially in Italy, the implementation is scarce, especially when it comes to the decision-making positions. Many boards, although the policies that the EU is trying to implement is that there should be a certain percentage of females in a board, I'm still seeing a lot of male dominant board members. So what I would suggest is that through this project and through the EU policies, that there is a little bit more, excuse the word, but pressure on maybe national bodies, and maybe think about also legislations, so that we can actually have concrete ways to implement these policies.
Yes, I can confirm this also from other countries. It's not a purely Italian problem, but women are underrepresented in leading positions in sport associations and bigger clubs everywhere, even in rather advanced countries like Germany. We have the lack of women, which has probably several reasons, but maybe a little bit of pressure can really help to come to other results. But let's go to more particular questions now to each of you. You as the EGLSF co-president are, of course, also very much involved in the organization, or at least the licensing of Eurogames. Eurogames, for all of those who don't know what it is a multi-sport tournament which usually takes place every year and has mainly LGBTI athletes. What do you think is the main impact? What can Eurogames really do to contribute to move something? Is there something that would not have happened in the past, in your opinion, if we would not have had Eurogames?
Yeah, great question, and lots of different parts to it, I think. I mean, first of all, games like Eurogames and indeed gay games, which I'm sure Emmy will say more about, they exist primarily, first and foremost, as an opportunity for people to come together and to be included and to participate in a safe space where they can be themselves, ironically, without having to think or be concerned about their sexual orientation or their gender identity. So our identity brings us together in a way that helps us to take part without worrying about that, if that makes some sense. And I think that, we hear right across the years the kind of impact that those types of big events have on people. And obviously, as part of EGLSF, I would absolutely, completely amplify that. But I think that we also need to recognise that the Eurogames and indeed other games probably wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the every day, every week, every month work that happens in local communities right across Europe, right across the world, where people come together to practice sport together. And have those opportunities to build communities locally, and to have opportunities to be themselves within a space in sport. And so that's a really kind of important building block. I think as things have changed over the years, for some people, the safe space is perhaps no longer the primary reason why they want to get together. Why wouldn't we just want to get together with people who are like us to have experiences together in sport? I think that's absolutely fine and okay too. But as we've been hearing through the research and through the kind of lack of implementation that this panel has already spoken about, we're such a long way away from being included and being able to fully participate in an equal fashion, that I don't see the need for the Eurogames or the gay games to be disappearing anytime soon. And I've not even spoken about the impact that I think that these kinds of things can have on people on the outside looking in the local communities where they're held and so on. Maybe Emmy will pick that one up, because I feel like I've spoken a lot already.
Yes, that is actually something that I can pass on Emmy, and in particular because the Federation of Gay Games is facing a very big adventure now. For those people who are not so familiar with the history of the Gay Games, Gay Games is a multi-sport event which takes place every 4 years, and it has been 7 times in North America, 3 times in Europe, and 1 time in Australia. And the next edition in 2022 will be in Hong Kong. And I could imagine that the Gay Games and also the community there will face much bigger challenges than the previous Gay Games, which have been mostly been held in countries which were a little bit more liberal than maybe Hong Kong, especially in the light of the recent political developments there. Can you give us some insights on that, Emmy?
Yes. So Hong Kong was selected to be the host in 2013. They will be the host of the 2022 Games. And do I have my years right? 4 and 8, yes, 2022. And yes, we are sitting on the edges of our seats, watching what has happened in the past couple of years and what could happen. Having said that, the team, I'm very, very impressed with the organizing team, a multinational team, lots of experience, and very well organized. So from a logistical point of view, I don't see any issues at this point. Having said that, I'm stepped away a little bit, but from what I can see as a future participant, I like what I see. But like past Gay Games, anything can happen. Sometimes the participants don't know what has already happened, and the event goes on. In this case, we are all seeing things quite upfront and personal. The politics could change everything. Mm-hmm. That is probably the biggest risk, and it's taken a back seat now because of health issues. And of course, the health issues could also still be ongoing in 2 years. Who knows? Aside from that, I think, and I have said this perhaps to some of you already, whatever happens in Hong Kong, whether it's in 2022, whether it's an opening ceremony, whether it's a few sports, whether it's the full panoply of 35 sports and the cultural events, whatever happens there is a good thing. The people who voted to bring the games to Hong Kong wanted an event outside of North America and outside of Europe. And no offense to anybody from those areas or any past hosts or any future hosts from those areas, but the idea was to expand the horizons of the event. And so that's been accomplished in part already by selecting Hong Kong. And I think we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, and I have to say every Gay Games, and frankly, I believe most every event goes through this sitting on the edge of the seat waiting, is the event going to happen the way we hope it will happen? We just don't always hear it. But in Hong Kong, it's quite visible to all of us.
Mm-hmm. Which political impact do you expect, or are you hoping for by having the games in Hong Kong, which is probably also for you a completely new environment?
Well, the political impact, the political and social impact is that an LGBTIQ event, it's open to everybody, will take place and will educate or show, I'd say, show the city of Hong Kong and the wider community outside of Hong Kong what the people and the event as it has been shown in past Gay Games, and in pretty much every case, the acceptance and reactions of the host, of the residents of the host city, has been extremely rewarding and very impressive. That's the aim. In terms of further political issues, that's really outside the scope of the Gay Games. We're not there to change. How can I put this? To actively change politics. The idea is to be in parallel and in sync with the current, whatever the political situation is. And that's a bit of a moving target in this situation. There are rules as we know them today. And according to those rules, the event should be able to function appropriately, and we'll just have to see where we are in a couple of years.
Okay, thanks, Amy. Esther, can I ask you a question again? The UEFA also collaborates closely with FAIR Network, and I think it's really great that FAIR is so active in launching the various anti-discrimination campaigns also. What I'm a little bit missing is something that is really explicitly touching the topic of LGBT discrimination. The example that I gave you earlier with about the sanction against Bayern Munich, who was told to put up banners saying no to racism instead of no to homophobia, is just one example. And I think not that much has changed since 2014. I have never seen any really particular international campaign. Do you know if UEFA has something in mind, or if maybe even FAIR has some campaign in mind which is going beyond the action weeks? I mean, the action weeks is a very strong tool, and it's a very strong campaign. I like it very much. It has also a lot of visibility. But what I'm really missing is to have something really that is really visible on an international, also top level in football. Is there anything planned? Do you know about any initiative that could take place in the near future?
Yeah, so you mentioned our action weeks, which take place in October, which cover all areas of discrimination in and through football, which, you know, I think we have 150,000 people take part, or some ludicrously big number. But we also have an additional action month in February, which we run in together with Football v Homophobia, who Lou Englefield on your previous panel leads on. And so that is specifically on Football v Homophobia, and that goes across Europe and internationally. So that's where we give grants to organisations, across Europe and beyond, so that they have a platform to promote their work and develop activities, and bring their activities into the kind of mainstream discussion of football and football against discrimination. So we have that every year in February. We also work with UEFA. We have an observer scheme where we have observers who go to matches, so international and European matches, and report back on any forms of discrimination that they observe. So that could be banners like the ones you said, or chants, etc. And they provide reports to us, which we can then verify and share with the relevant governing body. So FAIR doesn't issue sanctions and doesn't get involved in that area of it, but through our work, what we help to do is build a picture of the issues that are impacting football, and show the scope of the issues, and it also helps to create debates around kind of defining what discrimination is and what homophobia is in a lot of cases. So this isn't from Europe, but in Mexico, our observers gave feedback on quite a few homophobic chants that were taking place at Mexican matches. And by FAIR kind of raising awareness of this and drawing attention to this, it created a whole debate and conversation with the relevant footballing authorities about why this was homophobic, how we can tackle it. And it helps to raise a kind of collective responsibility in terms of dealing with the issue. So there are various things happening at an international and European level to tackle this, but you're absolutely right. I think people need to be far more explicit in standing up to LGBT phobia. So yeah, that's something we are definitely pushing with our work.
Sounds to be on a good way. Sounds like really things are moving. Marcus, as far as I know, VIDC is not only involved in anti-LGBTI discrimination. Do you see any major differences in your anti-discrimination work when it comes to maybe discrimination based on ethnic or color or race discrimination compared with the discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity?
Yes, as I previously mentioned, some years ago, the main focus was on racism, I think, and I think that this improved a lot. Yeah? So if there is any racist incident, then there are not many discussions if this really happened or not. So the investigations normally start, and clubs of associations are punished or whatever. Although the situation improved already for other forms of discrimination, we of course see a difference.
Do you see bigger challenges
but
there
we
to
think,
tackle these discriminations, or is it just a different approach?
Sorry, once again,
you see a bigger challenge to tackle discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity, or is it just some different approach, but in the end you say one is as easy or difficult as the other?
Some are both. And I think this has something to do with some ruling gender narrative. Yeah, so it's all still male-dominated. Female athletes are not taken that seriously or prominent as male athletes. This is something to do with stereotypes, with hierarchy, with binary. I think one of the colleagues before mentioned the fair sports, the segregation between male and female athletes in the competitions. Yeah? And until this is not changed, there won't be an equal treatment.
I think this goes more or less in the same direction as Gabriela's topic when she was a little bit complaining about the lack of female people in the top level management of sport associations, sport clubs. Gabriela, and then we are already back to you again. Is there anything that you would propose how we really can change this situation of the lack of the female representatives? Besides of putting pressure up, is there something that we could do in terms of education, in terms of rules, policies? Is there anything that you are already working on where you could maybe even need our support?
Yes, well, first of all, thank you for the complaining.
Well, actually, it is a kind of complaining, isn't it? I mean, this is a very open panel here. I mean, we don't need to be really super right. I mean, it's definitely a lack, and it's not the ideal situation. So why shouldn't we complain about it?
No, it's fine. I'm just playing. Yes, I think both for what I was saying before and for the LGBT, what we as the European Multi-Sport Club Association have decided, it's actually been 2 years that we've been working on projects for the social inclusion and for to promote, the LGBT policies, because to us, and I'm going to talk to you as an ex-athlete, to me, there should be no type of exclusion whatsoever. Actually, the more people, and I'm going to go on to Hugh's point here, I think the fact that identity has created the possibility to have the gay games is incredible. And I think we should really push towards this and promote it more and do more, do as many projects as possible on this to increase the visibility, to increase the idea that, these are athletes as well. It's not just a theme. It's not just what I see and what I hear often is that people tend to think that it's a sort of, and I'm going to say the word in Italian, moda. It's a phase, and it's not a phase. It's real, and it deserves the attention, and it deserves the equality that everybody else is allowed. So I would definitely say, and I can tell you now that from the European Multi-Sport Club Association, which incorporates 27 multi-sport clubs around Europe, we have been working for the last 2 years on projects to promote the LGBT policies. So yes, your support would be more than welcome. It would be fantastic.
I mean, you're in contact with Rosario anyway, and I'm very sure if we can help you, we will. And just let us know in which way we can support you, because it's a very important topic also for us. Is there any question that you want to ask to any of the other panelists here? Because this is not only like me asking. So if you have any question, any suggestion also, please feel free to give us your statements. If not, I would also close this panel because we are still behind schedule, and thank all the panelists for being here, for contributing. In a real conference now, somebody would come with a bunch of flowers for the ladies and maybe some bottles for the guys. But due to the pandemic of COVID-19,
Klaus, I'm sorry, I can't believe that in this particular topic you just said that. But, you know, that's another matter, you know.
Yes, exactly.
Well, actually, you answered my question because you had a very long speech in the beginning. You answered the question that I actually wanted to ask you already. But please forgive me, we are really behind schedule, so we would close this panel not to risk that we are going with the time too much. So
I want to show this question to our guests quickly. Maybe one of them want to answer, because it's a useful question did by Oweli did before. I don't know if you can read. I can read if you want. How can we inspire current LGBTIQ people to be proud role models and show others they have a place in sport to help increase acceptance and participation in the long term? There is one of you want to give a quick answer on that because it's a really good question. I just want to address that.
Well, then I would just go on.
Yeah, in one of the previous panel, I believe someone stated that the young people today, or the younger people, are having how can I put it, less issues with the being themselves and with integrating the LGBTIQ with straight, hetero, and so as they grow up, I think there will be less of an issue to have proud people playing their games. I think this is a sort of question of time. It seems to be the work that started, back in the 80s with the gay games and with the Euro games and all the other clubs that came up at the same time. The fruit of their labors is now sprouting, and so I think that's one way that pretty soon we'll see people stepping up to be a role model. That's how I see it.
I have just two very quick points that I want to throw in. I think first of all, sport is such an institution, and the way that physical activity in sport is organised amongst grassroots participants these days doesn't need that level of institution that sport is. And so I think there needs to be much more focus on the kind of grassroots, different ways of people organising, different ways of coming together. I think things like the big games and so on are amazing, but we need to have much more focus on grassroots. And then secondly, I think we have a responsibility, those of us within the community who already have a voice within sports structures, to not just accept where things have got to, not just accept that things are maybe a little bit optimistic, but to keep pushing for those changes. There are some amazing stories out there about trans and intersex inclusion, for example, but if I was to count the number of policies that supported inclusion of trans and intersex people, and then count the number of policies that exclude trans and intersex people and try to manage their eligibility to compete, it's a deficit, and we've got a responsibility to keep challenging that and to keep calling it out. And Martin's left a comment in there as well about not being so binary. We need to continue to push those boundaries.
But I think that gather important response to this question. Klaus, I think we can close this panel and thank our guests.
Yes, I think we really have to, because seeing the time, we are really so much behind the schedule that we otherwise will really be too late to the final panelists.
I really appreciate your presence today. We aim to create a network to implement new partnerships, to implement new strategy, and to foster the implementation of policies, because the NGOs are the actors who can really implement the policies in this field. And we strongly believe that, and there is a long path to do in an intersectional perspective, because we are addressing LGBTI NGOs, but also other kind of NGOs, as you can see, working at different levels. So thank you very much, and we hope to see each other in a different situation, maybe, and we hope to come back to the fields as soon as possible. And we hope to create, and let's hope to create new cooperations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So. Okay, now we have, thank you, Hugh, again. Okay. Now we have the presence. We have a keynote speaker who were not present before, but is now available for a quick speech for us. I'm happy to introduce Monica Cirinnà, who is a member of the Italian Senate, and he's the first signatory of the law about civil partnership in 2016. So he's one of the politicians who is fighting for the LGBTI rights in Italy, and in the first line, we can absolutely say. And I will ask Andrea Giuliano to help me in the translation as well, to carry out the point. Tell me, Andrea.
Just one short thing. I'm mortified. It's the thrill of going live. Sometimes my sound condition is not very good, so I hope I will be able to hear everything from Monica. Just in case, just stay there, Rosario, so that you can help me if I can't hear.
It's always teamwork. It's always a teamwork. We work together. Ci aiutiamo tra di noi, gioco di squadra. Come nello sport. So please, Monica. You have to turn. We cannot hear you. Non ti sentiamo.
So this time is not only me to have technical issues with sound. Monica, dovrebbe esserci una piccola icona di un microfono che però sembra funzionare dal lato tuo e anche dal nostro, vero? Sì. Un secondo. Un attimino.
Let's try to solve a technical problem in a.
Proviamo, Monica. No.
It looks like it doesn't work.
Prova adesso.
Technical problem maybe.
No.
Yeah, maybe she can try to go out and go in again. Let's take.
Monica, potresti per favore provare a disconnetterti e rientrare?
Sì. Meanwhile, we remember that we are running the the Sport and Equality in Europe webinar, our first webinar 1 year after the results of the Outsport research. And I want to use this time to thank, I mentioned the partners, but I want also to thank the Outsport staff, all the members of the Outsport, of the Italian Outsport staff, Andrea Maccarrone, Alessandro Paesano, who are following us and who played an important role in the Outsport project. And maybe we have Monica as well. Ecco, we have Monica
Mi
again.
sentite?
Now it's perfect.
Hopefully.
Mi sentite?
Yes, we hear you. Ti sentiamo perfettamente. Ti sentiamo, Monica.
Io mi vedo per traverso, voi mi vedete...
Yes, dovresti cambiare l'inquadratura, sì. Perfetto.
Prima era giusta, ma ci si ragiona ben poco con questi attrezzi moderni. Ecco.
Ecco, è uscita.
E adesso è uscita.
We will get it.
We lost her again.
We will get it. And we are waiting after the speech of Monica. We are ready to welcome the next panel. I can also anticipate that we are going to involve an important panel of sport association and clubs and activists who are running out important activities in Europe. Now we have maybe the final connection of Monica. And now it's perfect. Yes, now it's perfect. Now it's perfect.
Yes.
Perfetto.
Bene.
Prego,
Allora,
Monica.
grazie
Benvenuta.
a tutte e a tutti. Vi chiedo scusa per questo arrivo in ritardo, ma purtroppo, come sapete, in Italia ci sono infiniti problemi con questa maledetta pandemia. Io ho il mio papà che ha 90 anni, che è ricoverato, e oggi ho avuto dei problemi di famiglia, però sono qui e, come dire, mettiamoci i problemi alle spalle.
Translation?
Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. These times of pandemic are not helping anyone, but let's go on. The show must go on.
Sono molto felice di aver conosciuto e studiato questo progetto Outsport, che ha avuto così grande successo anche in altri paesi europei, e voglio ringraziare Rosario Coco per avermi invitato in questo webinar. In realtà, come sapete, io mi occupo di diritti non solo della comunità LGBT, come responsabile nazionale del Partito Democratico, proprio con la delega sui diritti, e il mio lavoro quotidiano in Parlamento e in Senato è proprio quello di riuscire ad inserire pillole, camei, chiamateli come volete, comunque piccole anche inserzioni in qualunque testo di legge possano rientrare i temi sui diritti. Quindi la comunità LGBT sicuramente, le persone diversamente abili, gli immigrati e purtroppo in Italia anche le donne.
Okay. So sound came off a little bit once again, from my side, not from yours. So it's probably my problem this time. Rosario, help me out if I'm not saying everything out. So I'm very happy to know about this project and to know you, Rosario, and to know the organization, because I consider it as an important tool. In my work as a politician, I've always been open to, I've always been active in bringing forth the issues and the needs of communities, most vulnerable communities. Are you there? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, yes. Sorry. These most vulnerable communities, and then I lost it. Sorry, Rosario. Okay.
La maggior parte del mio lavoro si svolge sulla tema dell'inclusione sociale, quindi l'inclusione sicuramente delle persone LGBT e l'inclusione di tutto ciò che anche in modo sbagliato viene percepito come diversità. Purtroppo l'Italia rispetto ad altri paesi europei è sicuramente un po' più arretrata in termini di cultura della parità, di cultura dell'uguaglianza, e quindi noi ci troviamo a dover combattere ogni giorno contro quelle diversità che vengono percepite come delle negatività, come dei problemi, come dei pericoli addirittura. Quindi nel corso degli anni in Parlamento, attraverso il mio lavoro e il lavoro di altri colleghi, ma soprattutto nella società civile, attraverso l'impegno delle grandi associazioni, noi abbiamo cercato di cambiare la cultura italiana, che è una cultura fortemente macista, fortemente patriarcale, una cultura nella quale lo stereotipo di genere è molto presente, e abbiamo cercato di modificare questa visione estremamente selettiva, quindi estremamente stereotipata, cercando il più possibile l'inclusione sociale di tutti i soggetti, a cominciare dagli appartenenti alla comunità LGBT.
Ok. Andrea?
Rosario, I'm afraid I need your help because I couldn't hear.
No problem. I'm involved in the field of social inclusion, not just in the field of LGBTI, but also in all that fields that regard the concept of diversity. We know very well that Italy has a lot of things to do, is a long path ahead to run. And we are working in the parliament with politics and with association, with several stakeholders, to change that culture full of machismo and full of a culture that is going to exclude the other. We are running a common understanding. We are trying to create a common understanding of social inclusion in the parliament and in the civil society. Monica.
Sono molto contenta di aver esaminato alcuni documenti che Rosario mi ha inviato e di aver visto le varie decisioni prese dal Consiglio dell'Unione Europea. Intanto in tema ovviamente di diritti umani, dove anche le pratiche relative al settore sportivo e le questioni LGBT sono state introdotte. Quindi noi sappiamo che lo sport molto spesso è uno dei comparti, è uno dei luoghi in cui l'omofobia è spesso molto forte. Vedo con grande piacere che nel giugno del 2020 il Consiglio dell'Unione Europea ha riconosciuto il ruolo dei coach, il ruolo importante sociale sulla formazione specifica che queste persone devono avere rispetto all'inclusione sociale. Quindi è molto bene che anche alcuni ruoli, non solo quelli degli atleti, ma anche quelli di tutto il mondo che gira intorno agli atleti, abbia finalmente aperto gli occhi sulla battaglia comune che insieme dobbiamo fare contro l'omofobia. Certamente chi lavora come me sui diritti, appunto sull'inclusione sociale, sa che ci sono degli attori principali in campo culturale, che sono appunto la cultura in tutti i suoi aspetti, ma anche e soprattutto lo sport e la comunicazione, soprattutto quella fatta dai grandi media, televisioni, giornali, radio. Quindi anche adeguare un linguaggio e dei comportamenti corretti rispetto alle diversità, considerandole come dei valori e non come dei pericoli o delle cose da condannare, aiuterà moltissimo la cultura a cambiare, soprattutto anche grazie all'aiuto dello sport e all'inclusione che lo sport potrà fare rispetto ai nostri amici e rappresentanti anche della comunità LGBT.
Okay. Andrea, you want to go, or I can help if you want, no problem.
I'm really sorry, I have half. I have the second half if you need to.
I studied, so no problem. I studied the document. Rosario sent to me. There is an important point from the Council of the European Union, and there are important policies regarding sport. There is also an important question which is underlined in this document regarding the training of coaches. So the European Union recognized the social role of coaches in the field of the development of democratic and skill inclusion for skills, in the field of skills development, I mean. So there is an important recognition of the role of coaches. This is the demonstration that this is a common fight, and in this common fight you have three actors. The first actor is the field of culture, of course. Then we have sport, which is an important actor in this fight, and of course we have communication. Sport has a deep impact also in the communication field, and we for sure, if we change the mentality in the sport field and in all those fields that are connected to sport, we can also help LGBT people to improve their life and to enjoy full equality in their daily life. Please, Monica.
Concludo nel dirvi altre due cose secondo me molto importanti. La prima, finalmente il CONI ha recepito le discriminazioni omofobiche all'interno del suo regolamento e quindi le ha in qualche modo elencate e stigmatizzate. Questo adesso deve accadere anche per le singole federazioni di tutti gli altri sport, quindi basta omofobia nello sport. Io farò in modo, anche parlandone con il presidente Malagò, che questo importante atto del CONI sia poi recepito dalle singole federazioni. A maggior ragione adesso che il Parlamento sta affrontando, e abbiamo già chiuso la prima lettura alla Camera, la legge contro l'omo-lesbo-bitransfobia, la misoginia e ovviamente i crimini d'odio contro le persone diversamente abili. Purtroppo in Italia i crimini d'odio e l'istigazione alla violenza sono ancora molto forti e noi abbiamo pensato di inserirli all'interno della protezione legale che il codice penale, attraverso l'articolo 604 bis, cioè l'aggravante della legge Mancino, consente già ai crimini contro il razzismo, contro l'etnia, contro l'appartenenza ad alcune religioni. Quindi faremo sì che tutti gli atti di omofobia vengano perseguiti con l'aggravante della legge Mancino e quindi con un aggravante di pena, perché riteniamo che vadano puniti in modo esemplare. È evidente che questo accadrà sempre di più quando le persone si sentiranno sicure di poter denunciare gli atti che hanno subito, ma soprattutto quando la cultura crescerà anche attraverso e nello sport per far sì che l'omofobia sia in qualche modo considerata una negatività tale che le persone se ne guarderanno bene dall'inserirla tra i loro atteggiamenti. Diciamo, piano piano l'inclusione crescerà e le leggi aiutano anche perché cambia così, cambiando una norma cambia la cultura, le persone si sentono più protette. La legge contro l'omofobia darà dignità, pari dignità a tutte le persone, considerate diverse ma in modo erroneo, perché in realtà noi miriamo ad abolire gli stereotipi nella vita, nella cultura e soprattutto nello sport. Spero che abbiate una buona serata e un buon lavoro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me translate the last part and then
I think I got it.
You got you.
I think I got it. So finally, if I can make it. Good news is that finally the Italian Olympic Committee received and acknowledged in June 2020 all the recommendations that came from the European Commission, and thus acknowledged the importance of tackling the issues of homo, bi, transphobia, homo, lesbo, bi, transphobia in sports. It is still a huge problem that is still very widespread, unfortunately, all over the country, and all sports clubs, federations, and associations must take the example of the Italian Olympic Committee, who also must ensure that these rules are followed. Homo, lesbo, bi, transphobia must be punished because it is a hate crime, and we're currently working passing a bill in Italy called Legge Zan, that would make violence against LGBTQI people, but also disabled people, women, and women a hate crime, including also hate crimes perpetrated on the basis of faith, because we think that this is all related to the same cluster, that is hatred. Culture must give us a way to grow, and sport can be definitely a tool for building a more inclusive culture.
Perfect.
Finally, I made it. Finalmente una volta ci sono riuscito. Thank you, Monica.
Monica, there is a quick question for you about the situation in Italy against the legge, sulla situazione riguardante la legge Zan, come superare l'opposizione di chi dice che è una legge bavaglio, how to overcome the opposition of people who say that the law against homotransphobia are just law against freedom of expression. How to did you get the question, Monica? Hai capito? Ci sei? Hai trovata?
Sì, la voce va e viene. Tu vuoi sapere perché la legge Zan non è una legge bavaglio?
No, per come superare questa obiezione, questa opposizione.
Nel modo più semplice possibile. La legge Zan rispetta pienamente l'articolo 21 della nostra Costituzione, che prevede libertà di opinione e libertà di parola, ovviamente libertà di pensiero. Qual è la questione? La questione è che, siccome le parole delle volte sono pietre e le parole colpiscono la dignità delle persone, bisogna che queste parole e questi convincimenti personali non istighino alla violenza e soprattutto non istighino a commettere crimini d'odio. Facciamo l'esempio più semplice. Un prete potrà continuare a dire nella sua predica in chiesa che un uomo e una donna sposati non sono come due uomini o due donne unite civilmente? Agli occhi della comunità religiosa, agli occhi della società, agli occhi dei credenti? Sì, potrà continuare a dirlo, perché è la sua opinione nello svolgimento del suo ruolo di pastore di anime, direbbe qualcuno. Qual è il punto? Il punto è che se questo parlare, se questo essere così in qualche modo convinto nel sottolineare una diversità, poi sfocia in un'istigazione, per esempio alla fine della frase dicesse: allora alla fine di questa santa messa uscite e cercateli e picchiateli tutti, questo sarà perseguito come crimine d'odio. Ma se tu ti fermi semplicemente all'espressione del tuo pensiero senza istigare alla violenza, potrai continuare a farlo. Tutto sommato siamo pieni in Italia di fascisti che parlano, di gente, odiatori seriali che continuano a parlare, a insultare, a dire cose sul web. L'importante è non istigare all'odio con una relazione diretta tra quello che dici e l'azione violenta.
Chiaro? Clear. Andrea, do you want to translate, or I can help you if you want?
I couldn't hear it all. I'm really sorry I couldn't hear it all. I just heard some parts.
It's a simple question. The law that is going to be approved in Italy is a law against homotransphobic hate speech and other important policies, but there is a huge part of the right wing who says that it's a law against freedom of expression. The point is that we have the Article 21 in Italy that guarantees the freedom of expression, and there is a clear difference among what is hate and what is opinion. If a priest in a church say that the marriage is just among a man and a woman, he just say that is not homophobic crime, homophobic hate speech. If a priest say the family must be just among a man and a woman, and you have to combat the other kind of family, this is hate speech. And so this is a clear difference, and who try to use the argument that we are tackling freedom of expression instead of tackling homotransphobia is just trying to misunderstanding because of prejudice, and is trying to carry out political consensus on the basis of prejudice and fear. And this is the topic. Well, I have to thank you. We are once again in delay, but it's not a problem because it's our first international webinar, but there are several guests who are waiting for us. I want to thank you very much, Monica, for this speech. Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrea. And now we have the last panel. Thank you, Monica, again. We remember Monica, member of the Italian Senate, first signatory of the law about civil partnership in 2016. Thank you again, Monica. Perfect. Andrea, we can welcome the next speakers. Are you technically able to do that, or you are having some issues? Okay, perfect.
I'm still experiencing some issues. I'm mortified about this. This happening live. Like for all the people who are following this from home, we didn't have one single problem in the tests.
No problem. Still, we try to do that. We can welcome the guest. Please welcome the guest. We go ahead.
Yes. So now I will be welcoming guests from several associations, from several sports clubs. Decision makers and activists. These are all entities that are active on the field, and that definitely can make a difference in our everyday lives as people, and LGBTI people, and people belonging to vulnerable communities and backgrounds in having access to sport and in knowing more about our rights. So let me introduce you Antonello Sannino, former president at Arcigay Napoli and co-founder of Pochos Napoli, which is a LGBTI football club. Then
go ahead. Now we on the camera. Go ahead. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay. Nice.
Ciao a tutti e a tutte.
Okay, no problem. We can go on. Well, please welcome to Livan Soto Gonzalez. Hi, Livan. Livan is president of Dire Sport Torremolinos. So he's a lawyer and is involved in legal issues in Spain. We will tell us later. And let me introduce Emiliano Caccia, who is vice president of Roma Outsport, a sport club born in Rome, inspired by the Outsport project and by a local group of athletes in Rome. So we unfortunately have Andrea with some technical problems, and we have another guest to introduce in this panel. Okay, welcome to Martin Munoz. Welcome, Martin. You are live. Martin is activist from Seitenwechsel, Berlin, and he will tell us about his activities, about their activities as well. And and we have as well, for the moment, and we have Andrea again, perfect, in order to carry out. Perfect. We're just missing Elena Selebic, she's arriving in a moment. Andrea, we try to go into the debate. Okay? No? Okay, give me a moment and I can do that with no problem. Okay. So we imagined this panel. Because we have a long afternoon talking about European policies. We talk about European policies in the field of LGBTI rights and sport. We have the European Commission, we have the Council of Europe, we have a perspective from the USA organization of Outsport.com. We have the point of view of the NGOs and of the bigger organization. And now we want to talk with the most important actors, according to us, because sport labs, the ones who carry out the fight in the fields, are those who can really put into practice policies, because policies are papers, and papers are very important, but we of course need people and actors in the field who put into practice what can be written in policies. I want to start with Antonello Sannino from Napoli. If I think I have him here. Okay, perfect. Antonello, can you hear me?
Ciao, io vi vedo bene e mi scuso anche per essere in condizioni precarie perché sono in auto, come vedete.
No problem, Antonello. Antonello, you co-founded the Sport Lab Pochos Napoli, and the question is simple. According to you, which is the contribution of Pochos to the LGBTI activism at all? Qual è il contributo dei Pochos all'attivismo LGBT in generale?
Ciao, buonasera di nuovo a tutti e a tutte. Ringrazio Rosario e gli organizzatori, Outsport e AICS per questo invito. Ho seguito a tratti anche in precedenza per lavoro, non sono riuscito a seguire tutti i lavori fino a questo punto, però tra altre cose, oltre a essere il presidente attuale dei Pochos, il mio attivismo LGBT ha avuto un pezzo importante anche sulle questioni che riguardano proprio lo sport, essendo stato a lungo per circa 6 anni anche il responsabile nazionale per lo sport di Arcigay. Non so quando fermarmi per tradurre, forse.
Can you do that?
No.
I have been involved in sports since I was young, and I have also been before funding the Pochos Napoli. I've been also responsible for sport of Arcigay, which is the Catholic Association in Italy for LGBTI rights. Please go ahead, Antonello.
Sì, devo dire che questa iniziativa ha un momento fortunato perché si incastra perfettamente nei giorni in cui in Italia finalmente arriva la riforma dello sport. Credo che prima il capo dipartimento abbia anche accennato in qualche modo a questa riforma importantissima, che all'interno della quale ci sono 2 principi importanti su quale poter fare, come dire, leva. Il primo, quello del riconoscimento del professionismo femminile, e il secondo, quello del rafforzamento dello sport per tutti e per tutte.
Perfetto. This webinar is running in an important moment for Italy, because the Parliament is discussing the reform of the entire sports sector, and we had also in the starting session of this webinar the introduction from the head of the sport department, Antonello Pierro, and Giuseppe Pierro, and the reform of the sports sector in Italy has two main pillars, which are the topic of inclusion and the topic of female sport, so the inclusion of women in sport. Please, Antonello, go ahead.
Sì, per questo siamo particolarmente grati anche al ministro Spadafora per aver fortemente voluto questa riforma. Spiego in breve il perché. L'omofobia in qualche modo è strettamente legata alla misoginia. Quindi lì dove ci sono dei settori della società civile fortemente misogini, questo corrisponde a dei settori della società civile dove vi è omofobia e vi è transfobia. Questo è un dato culturale fondamentale per capire perché l'approccio di questa riforma verso il mondo femminile, verso il riconoscimento del professionismo femminile può essere una chiave di svolta e sarà sicuramente culturalmente una chiave di svolta. Per questo perché appunto tutti i settori della società civile, basta immaginare il mondo della Chiesa, il mondo militare, il mondo dell'educazione e il mondo dello sport, sono tutti settori fortemente misogini. Lo sport in Italia non ha una riforma vera dal CONI, dal fascismo, cioè una riforma vera del CONI dai tempi del fascismo. Quindi vuol dire che questa riforma può essere, come dire, una piccola rivoluzione copernicana, ma una grande rivoluzione da un punto di vista culturale. Detto ciò, poi entro nello specifico sui POCIOS e magari chiudo perché non so quanto tempo ho a disposizione.
Yes, thank you, Antonello. This reform can be an important tool against the fight of misogyny in Italy, because we don't have such a reform of the sports sector since the fascist period in Italy, and we are such a kind of reform, we mean. And there is the activities managed from the church in the sport field are really widespread in Italy, and there is a lot of homophobia and misogyny, because these two kind of prejudices are really strictly connected, and so this is an important occasion for Italy to set an important step forward. Please, Antonello.
I POCIOS sono un'associazione sportiva dilettantistica riconosciuta dal CONI, nati nel 2012, e purtroppo, dobbiamo dirlo, lo ribadiamo ancora oggi, siamo ancora l'unica associazione, l'unico gruppo LGBT in tutto il sud Italia che in qualche modo cerca di contrastare e facilitare la partecipazione di persone, di atleti e di atlete LGBT, e questo, come dire, ci dispiace molto, perché a sud di Napoli non c'è più nulla da questo punto di vista. Rosario lo sa bene, tutti gli amici e le amiche con i quali ci incontriamo spesso in tornei nazionali sanno che purtroppo sembra che l'Italia si fermi a Napoli, e quindi questo vuol dire che si mescola il mondo dello sport vive ancora un profondo problema di omertà, di emersione, di coming out che si legge soprattutto nelle regioni meridionali e nel sud dell'Italia, dove di contro però sotto alcuni aspetti ci sono anche degli importanti segnali invece di apertura.
So
I heard it.
You heard it? Oh, perfect. You can do
I heard that this time. I'm sorry. So POCIOS, sorry. POCIOS was born in 2012, was founded in Naples in 2012, and unfortunately, it's still the only LGBTIQ plus club in southern Italy. However, there are some good news about. Well, in recent years, there have been some good news in opening up about the topic, so we're hopeful for a change.
Concludo dicendo che nel 2013 proponemmo, quando allora era ancora responsabile nazionale per lo sport di Arcigay, al CONI, attraverso l'UNAR, cioè attraverso l'Ufficio Nazionale Antidiscriminazione, di inserire all'interno dello statuto del CONI di inserire la lotta e il contrasto all'omofobia, cioè il contrasto alle forme di discriminazioni estese anche all'orientamento sessuale e identità di genere. Questa cosa poi è stata fatta, è stata promossa dal CONI nel 17 maggio del 2016 in occasione della giornata mondiale contro l'omofobia. Però manca un pezzo, questa cosa è rimasta lì e se non c'è una riforma dello sport che consente in qualche modo di poter fare informazione, formazione ai tecnici e di poter dare, come dire, gli elementi culturali per cambiare il mondo dello sport, questa cosa si ferma lì, rimane sulla carta, rimane nello statuto del CONI. Quindi ci auguriamo, e questo chiudo con questo augurio benaugurante, che la riforma voluta dal ministro Spadafora possa incrociare questa esigenza di cambiamento culturale vero nel mondo dello sport. Noi come POCIOS faremo la nostra con la parte di attivinga e lo faremo invece anche su pressioni politiche su tutti i livelli, a livello territoriale, locale, ma anche a livello nazionale. Grazie, grazie a tutti.
Grazie a te. In 2013, through the National Office Against Discrimination and Racism, we proposed to include guidelines dealing with discrimination, hate crimes, and homo bi transphobic behaviors. We propose to include these topics in the guidelines of the National Olympic Committee. They accepted years later, and we were very glad about this. But unfortunately, it's still not enough because we need a reform. Without a reform, we cannot. We are not going to be able to actually put these guidelines in place. But hopefully, thanks to the work of Minister Spadafora. Sì.
Poi magari stacco la cam perché inizio a guidare per rientrare a casa. Salutando a tutti e tutti, però vi seguo dal telefonino.
Okay. So hopefully this has been an important year. Both thanks to the progress made in terms of European Union and also probably due to the progress that we are hoping to finally achieve this year with a new bill against homo bi transphobia. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I will now have to temporarily leave the room. Rosario, il tuo microfono.
Sorry, we can thank Antonello Sannino, and we can go forward to Livan Soto Gonzalez, who is president of Divers Sport Torremolinos. And so, Livan, the experience of divers sport, which is the way you contribute to LGBTI activism? Which is the situation in your country in terms of diversity training in mainstream sport? If mainstream sport clubs and organizations have program about diversity training? These are the questions. The floor is yours.
Okay, then. First, I want to thank you for this invitation to be part of this panel and then also to sharing this with all of you guys. Then going back to the question, then I want to point it out. First, do you hear me properly, please?
Yeah.
You hear me? Okay, then. I want to start saying that when we talk about how we contribute as a club, as an organization to the LGBT activists or LGBT policies, we have to need in consideration that we need to interpret how we interpret how we apply also this all European recommendation that we was just talking before, all these all European programs, how we just also take in consideration the result or the research that we are just getting as Outsport, and then also how we can implement at the same time like the local legislation. If there are any legislation, in the case of Spain, there are some legislation that talk about the LGBT phobia in the world on sports. But also we are taking in consideration how we just translate the needs of the people we are working with, because we are this time we are not talking about this sport person or this athlete that come out as gay after have been playing the professional life. We are not talking about this person. We are talking about these people who are part of our community, who are struggling every day about the LGBT phobia, not just in the camp, but also in the school. Then we need to consider who is our target, who are the people who we are just wanted to defend, or what are the rights that we want to talk about. Having said that, okay, first I think we contribute also because we bring new topics to the LGBT agenda. Of course, we are accustomed that we up till now we have been talking about marriage, about adoption, about these kind of things that have been about legal recognition of transgender issues, but we are not really heard too much about what is the fight that LGBT people in the sport have been facing. And then that is the good things that we are bringing together, what we are putting on the table. LGBT Club brings the topic of discrimination in sports. I think that, but discrimination that don't only take place in the professional level, but also in the school, in the everyday life of LGBT peoples. Having said that, or having that in consideration, that was why in 2008 I found Diverse Sport. Diverse Sport is, just to contextualize a little bit, is the first LGBT club in the south of Spain that as like other club at the same time just was creating with the intention of create a safe space for the practice sports. But then we have in mind another idea, and the other idea was that we wanted also to be identified as a sport club that fights, that advocate for human rights of LGBT peoples. That's why, apart from that sport area, we develop some educational programs. Program that talk about education, but it talk about law. And then I wanted just to highlight two small projects that I have been working on. One thing is just 3D. In Spanish is just that means like deporte, derechos, and diversidad. That means sports, rights, and diversity, right? And then we just trying to make we was participating. We was visiting almost the whole institute, the whole school in Torremolinos, but also in the province of Malaga. We are visiting almost more than 25 schools in Malaga, where we are talking about the connection between sport, diversity, and law. And then other project that we have been working on and we are still running on, that is this one. The name is Know Your Rights. And then in this way, we just try to give the student the opportunity to know that things relating to their sexual orientation, gender identity, or equality, or other issues there is not just an opinion that they need to have about it. It's just something that is recognized in front of the law. But at the same time, we explain that in the easy and simple way that they can understand that idea about what are the rights for LGBT community. And when we don't want it to stop that, and then because of the COVID situation, we don't have the opportunity to just make the pride that we usually do here in Torremolinos. But at the same time, we wanted to bring out, just to bring to the people, to the citizenship, a message, a clear message. And then we create, as part of this initial project, we create a campaign to know that is the Know Your Rights. And then we just create this kind of cartel that we have here, and we have it in more than 45 bus stops in all the city. That means like in the whole city, we explain to the whole city, to the whole people what rights are recognized in this part of space. Then that was a way that we as a club, we are not just in sports, but at the same time we was just trying to participate in the active ways, how to build a better society concerning to LGBT issues. Then going back to the question, what we bring to the activists, of course, we bring to the LGBT agenda the fact that sport need to be a topic that need to be part of the legislation, of course. That need to be part of the legal regulation, and then also we bring in the second time we bring new questions, right? Because we present the reality that are facing LGBT people in the world of sports, and then we bring now that the legislation need to answer the question about how a teacher, a professor need to treat transgender kids when they are in the practice of sports. How the administration need to just adequate the installation in order to make a private space for people who are in the process of transition. Then we are bringing new issues that need to be taken into consideration now if we really want to talk about activists that really talk about our needs are really what the things that we are facing in the everyday. And then going back to the second, going straight to the second question. Yes, okay. And then going back to the second part. Okay, I think about how is the situation, the situation in Spain relating to the education or formation about diversity in the world of sports. I think that in the practice, it's not really that difference that is what is going on in the rest of Europe. Of course, we need to contextualize that, and then also we need to take in consideration that in Spain at the moment we don't have a general law that will protect LGBT people from any discrimination. But in other hands, we have in different communities, that means in Andalusia, for example, in Andalusia, Madrid, Valencia, Barcelona, okay, we have laws that protect people from LGBT discrimination. And then one of the good things that we find it in this law that I think it's really hard to find in other laws, in other contexts in Europe, is that there is a section that talk about discrimination in sports. That is something really good, right? Because normally we don't see this clear disposition or this clear legislation that talk about what is going on in the world of sports. Then sense of the good work of activists during the whole years, this new legislation always talk about the situation of LGBT in the sports, but one of the provisions that the law say, or one of the things that the law say is that we need to make or create or formation. We need to create course for federation for a sport club. We need to include all these kind of things in this normal sport policies. But then, as we see in other countries, now it's not just the problem that we are having now. It's not just the recognition of our rights. Because right now here there is a law that recognizes the rights, the right to do this kind of activity. But the problem is just the implementation of this law. And that is what the point that we are having at the moment. We don't find that we don't have the economical, we don't have even the policy, the will of the politician or even a public policy that really are focused on that situation. That means like that is something that we are struggling right now. But on the other hand, okay, as I say at the beginning, we are part of the civil society. That means like there is a part of responsibility in what we are doing at the same time as a club, of the organization. And then I can mention that, for example, in Madrid, for example, the association, Deporte and Diversidad, Sport and Diversity, is an association that is just created. It's just the member of this organization. are all the LGBT Sport Club of Madrid, and they are just dedicated specifically on the education of training, teacher training, also sport federation, specifically in diversity. And then in our part, as diverse sport, we have been the chance, like last year, to just also training around 800 teachers from different colleges, right? And then of course we need to because we are thinking that at the end of the day, it's just like if we really want to change something, if we really want to make that the discrimination in the world of sports change, we need to start in the young generation. And then that's why we are focused really in what that is part of that. Our energy is just really focused on that part of the field. And we go into the school, we create program, but then not just for the student, also for the teacher. And yes, I think that is some of the idea that I can just bring and share for you with you now. But then finally, that I just remember right now, I think like the last week we also we are under the organization of ADI. That is the ADI is the aggregation of a sport club or an organization in Spain and also in Portugal. And then under this organization, we create this first national observatory, right? Like a national WASH observatory that is gonna receive any discrimination in the world of sports. That means for the first time, the club in Spain are not just giving or doing a sport for our community. We are just also giving a tools in case that you have any kind of you are victim of any discrimination in the world of sports. And then as I always say, that is something that is going to be personal. That's me like the fight, the activist, the fight for our human rights it need to be something personal. And of course, we need to go to translate that in the political things that as organization, we need to start to do it, in the best way that we can.
Livan, I think that your witness is a clear example of how LGBT activism in sport become not just something related to sport, but becomes advocacy itself and becomes a tool to change LGBTI lives from a world perspective. And so it's not just a matter of sport, but it's a matter of a new perspective of LGBTI activism. And you show it. You are showing it in fact and not just in word. It's very, very clear. So thank you very much, and I hope you can stay here because we will have some questions later also for the panelists. And we go ahead with Martin Martinez Munoz. So Martin, you are activist in Wechsel Berlin. You have many things you can tell us, and I just want to ask first of all, which is your experience as a transgender activist and athlete, and which are the most important next steps according to you related to the transgender people inclusion in sport?
Yeah. So, can you hear me? Yeah, no? Hope so. Yes. First, I want to say that I'm really happy to be here and excited. And congratulations, Rosario and Andrea, that you are more than 4 hours now or live. I don't have much more battery in my thing, so I will try to be short, and because we are really run off the time. Well, as my sport career, actually, the much painful moment was when I have to leave my canoe polo women team. Canoe polo is a really crazy sport with like water polo, but with canoeing. And to realize that I never can be again in a league or play in a league. because of my transition, and then try to find another places where I can play in mixed play with women and men, or trans people, maybe mixed places with teams. That was sometimes this is really stressful, annoying when you come in a feminist sport spaces, even when they are supposed to be a trans welcome spaces, because you have to explain who you are, that you belong there as well, even with bar, because I have beard, then it's like, who are you? And you have to fight for these spaces. So yeah, that was hard, but in the same time, I'm absolutely privileged person because I have the opportunity to fight for these spaces and build new spaces for transgender and non-binary people. Because of my job in the sport club in Seitenwechsel, and my job, I focus in build these spaces for transgender non-binary people in the sport. So as well as a project manager, but as well as a coach, as a trainer, and yeah, then in the last 8 years, I try to develop and to build spaces for us and actually for me, and then I to be more comfortable and welcome in that spaces. Yeah, exactly. That's about my athletics, transgender activism. Yeah, what the most important steps for transgender, the most important step that we have to do next, we have to do everything, like how long we have, actually we are, but just 3 things that I was thinking since you sent me Rosario, the question. For me, this is very important. The next year, 2021, focus a lot in that, to be clear everywhere that that sport and physical movement is so important as well. That so important that everyone, for transgender and non-binary people, for well-being and health, and that had to be in any agenda of the transgender and non-binary organization as well, because we are always to complain about our rights, but sport and physical movement, sometimes they are neither in the agenda for trans organizations, and this is something that I really want to change and push a bit. So at the same time, more visibility and positive examples for because more models and examples, but really positive, because I'm a bit tired that always know this week we have a really nice week, networking week about LGBT community in sport here in Germany. But when they come, the samples for something about, for example, intersex people, then come always the same negative and samples, and it's like not everything is negative. We have a lot of things that we are developing and that we are fighting, and the sport change our life, and for that's I think it's very important that we have to do. That more transgender and non-binary people have to be involved in this topic, in the sport topic. We need much more safe spaces to work out, to do trainings, we need more transgender and non-binary sport coaches, and not just to do a sensibilization for the cis coaches, that we really need to work to find more transgender non-binary people to be trainers, and to be more representative in the organizations as leaders, and to take these spaces. I think it's very, very, very important, and work more in the intersectionality way of thinking. That is actually a lot of work. Just and what we do in our club is to face this challenge. Well, our club is a woman, lesbian, and girls club since 32 years, and trans and inter and non-binary almost 8 years ago. We did this open. That's why I'm there, because then I was allowed to be there, and as a trans person and as a trans masculine person, much complicated sometimes. This is an amateur sport club. As we are, this is as well very important for our profile as a club. Between we do, you can imagine this. You can imagine this 32 years, a lot of work for sure. For our club is like 80% at least lesbian and woman, cis woman. So we are fighting, or they were fighting for the woman and lesbian equality in sport in a local, in a European way since then, and since 20 years ago with as well with girls. But since 8 years that I'm as a trainer and as project manager, since 4 years we are focused a lot and much more in trans, inter and non-binary, and we have several projects. For that, we have two sport projects, two projects for sport activities. One is outside. This is a project for where we offer different sport arts, different sport that the people can try for free in Berlin, and since 4 years. And just try different, and as a safe spaces for them. And since we have COVID, we do as well online, and then explore the possibilities to be worldwide. Know that we have a lot of people from Europe that they enjoy us, and it was amazing how work does that. We have Trans Inter Swim. That is once a month, where we have a space to swim for trans inter non-binary people. We have as well another project that they are LGBTQ project, for example, for queer refugees sport. We are developing the quarter in the LGBTQ refugees quarter here in Berlin, a project as well. And well, but this is everything to try to put to give more opportunities to do sport to the people. But we realize as well that we need to go more and try to create more structures or push in a political way. So we have this year and next year, and hopefully more years, another project that is to develop structures for trans and non-binary people in the sport, where we are now working and develop a charter, a codex on gender diversity in the sport. And our goal is that any organization in Berlin sign up this codex, this charter, and then Germany, and of course our members in a club, and to have to follow this codex. To understand this codex, we develop additional modules because sometimes the people say, no, but this codex, this charter, it's too much, it's too complicated. We don't understand. It's like, okay, we are developing how you can follow this code, how good practice examples, etc. And we are creating, or we are trying to create an intersectoral network networking for trans and non-binary people in the sport here in Germany. We are now thinking how we can do that. And yeah, this is between many things.
May I ask you a question? Yeah. If you should talk with a mainstream sport club, for example, let's imagine a multi-sport club, general sport multi-sport club, and the trainer asks to you, how can I include a transgender guy in the male locker room? How can I explain the other guy that we have a transgender guy? How can I face their fear? What should I say them? Because several in many occasions there is not just a matter of being against, right? It's just a matter of missing the tools and the information. Okay, how would you say him? He asks to you, how can I put this guy among the other guys? And we're talking about male transgender guy athletes, of course. How would you explain? What do you say? Would you say?
Well, first I will talk with the trans person and ask the person what they need. If you want to be out, that the people knows that it's a trans person or not, and how we have to facing that. And if depend of the reaction of the person, you can communicate with the group and talk with the group. Maybe not when the person is there. Just because sometimes the problem is that then it's like the focus in the person, no? Like, oh, now here we have this trans person. What we do with that? So talk with the group, or yeah, and yeah, and then I don't know, many things depend of the reaction of the person, but what we do is a welcome culture. Welcome culture, you say that in English? In the beginning of the trainings, we do always a name, pronoun round to us. Not everybody present themselves and say, I'm Martin, my pronoun in English is they, what means is no he. So, or my name, and asking for something, and then that you present the people, and you don't misgender people, for example. This is a big thing. Then before, yeah, you have to develop before this person stayed in the group so many things. Thinking in the local rooms, how you changing rooms, and for example, or it needs another space, or and then yeah. I think it's depend as well a lot of the group, no?
We are talking about
how the group is, how is the mix of the group. But I think the best is talk with the group, and for example with the changes room, talk with the group how you want, how many spaces you have to change, and then check it out how will be the perfect match for the group for sure to include this person, depending on what the person needs as well. And yeah.
About. We could say there is nothing we cannot talk about. This is what are you saying? We have, first of all, we have to talk with the guy, then we have to talk with the group, and we have just explained that is this person is a transgender person. We have to explain he has specific characteristics, and it doesn't matter. And this person will be in the group, and the point is to talk about that. We realize that we have to talk.
Okay, first maybe to talk with the group to know what is going on with the group, how they how they are, in which they are in match resistant or not, for the trainer to know how can feel, how is this really a space where the person can be, or how you can have to talk more and more with the individual people, individual person to say, hey, look, that is not okay, that is not okay. Because in the end, it's not about the trans person, it's about the group and the people that they are against this, and they are discriminate this person, not about the trans person or the people of color, the woman, cis woman, the person in handicap. So it's about the people that they are against. So it's sometimes very annoying that this is about that. It's everything about the focus of the person that is a little bit heterogeneous from this homogeneous group. So this is very important to take out for the focus somehow. I don't know if I explained myself.
No, we get the point, and this what we are saying shows the deep necessity to a long path in the field of education and training at several levels, and which is as we can figure. If we want to give an overview of the kind of education we need, we have to say that we have to work on knowledge, basic information. We have to work on attitudes. We have to work on values. We have to work on on the 3 pillars of competencies, social competencies, and. This your witness is really important for us, and also and I think that the transgender path, the transgender points in sport is also important, not just for transgender people, but it's a matter of general culture, because it's also a matter of recognizing diversity in terms of body. Is a matter of body positivity. Is a matter because also many cisgender people, men and women, has problem with his body, with his physical, with their own physical characteristics. It's I think that the transgender problems, because they are not problems, are common in such a way. Not at all, with the problems of the cisgender people. I think that a common understanding can be created. Thank you very much, Martin. And I want to go.
I will post a few links of the people who want to see.
You have an initiative to explain us. You have to propose an initiative for an important event. If you want to briefly explain it, because we had this information in the last moment before.
There is Girls in the Lead, as we are partners from them. That they have, we will actually, I will be there as well. We will have, it's a trans and queer terms in girls and youth sport club meeting. That this is a 10 of the next week, since this December at 2 p.m. And I think someone posted in the commenters
we have Eva.
So Eva, exactly. So every organization, every people that they are working or interested in trans and queer terms in girls or youth, we will be happy that they will be there on 10th of December.
Perfect.
Because that is another point, no? That girls and youth and trans kinder. Yeah.
A really interesting point. We will for sure join this initiative because it's really interesting. And the goal of this webinar is to gather and to create more and more networks among this kind of initiative.
Yeah.
To talk among us is the first thing. Okay, so let's go on to the next guest, Emiliano Caccia, which is vice president of Lupi Roma Outsport, which is a sport club in Rome born in 2019, inspired from the result of the Outsport project we are talking today. And Lupi Roma Outsport participated also to a current project, which is Sport Youth Inclusion, which is a project dedicated to education through sport. And in this framework, developed some practices. Emiliano, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you for inviting us to attend this webinar and to take part in this project, which perfectly matches with our main commitments. I'll try to be the more quick as possible because I have other commitments. So the practice we realized in concrete for Sports Youth Inclusion Project consisted in the organization of an event which took place at the beginning of October, despite the COVID situation in Italy. We had the fortune, the chance to put it in place. And this event was open to school-aged participants, approximately between 15 and 18 years old, boys and girls, who impersonated some given disabilities, such as partial blindness, hearing impairment, mutism, and more, followed by expert trainers who encouraged them to play some football exercises through the eyes of disadvantaged people. This has been done because we do a lot of activities for LGBTIQ purposes, but we also try to do these events also for other disadvantaged realities, and who have the sports may have an impact where we have to include everybody in the sport. So these practices can be applied, in fact, to all contexts, because we believe, as much as you all, that inclusion through sport education is the key for a better society. The event itself was a great success, and I must say thank you to all the figures involved in making all this possible, even in a very difficult time of our lives. Now we are more committed to continue this way, and we will replicate these kinds of practices in our future events. Moreover, I'd like to say thank you to you for the network you built, because through this network we can learn more from each other and learn from other cultures. And we can be inspired by them for the application of interesting and extremely involving practices. So a huge thank you. I think I can add maybe something about other activities that we did in the first year of our life, such as we have promoted an event with refugees and LGBTIQ persons together, and we played football to show that that the sport goes over any cultural barriers. And at the end of the event, we had also a social dinner where people had the chance to learn from each other, to understand which are the difficulties and the fact that diversities are not a danger, but diversity can make the whole richer.
And you should remember that in this activity, people from completely different backgrounds in terms of civil rights, in terms of homophobia, in terms of knowledge about LGBTI issues. For example, people coming from migrants background usually come from a cultural background which is really homophobic, and we put together this kind of sensibilities. We worked
exactly.
You can tell it because it was a great challenge. It was not so easy. You can tell something.
No, exactly. Which was the amazing thing was the result of that particular event. Exactly the fact that everyone felt comfortable with that particular activity. Maybe at the beginning of the activity there could be some concerns about what we are doing, and but when you are there and when you play with other people with different backgrounds and different cultures, and you can perceive them as a danger, as I told before. But that's not so, and that's exactly what they learned at the end of the event. So sport is exactly the key for making things possible, for make the change possible in this situation, for all these purposes.
Emiliano, thank you very much, because
a huge thank you to you all.
And we hope that Lupi Roma Outsport will go on in this kind of projects, and of course we aim to create new partnership and new projects in the upcoming future. I want to. I need Andrea, but Andrea is having some issues, and I think that now we can see we can look at some questions from the public, or if you have some questions among each other. First of all, please, Martin.
Yeah, I would like to ask Livan. Well, first, that I would love to visit you in Torremolinos next time that I visit my family. They live there, so we have to exchange the contact, please. and I would like to ask you how many trans and non-binary people are in your organization, and they working there, or they enjoy your sport offers and etc.
Yes. No. The thing is, like in our club, that we are almost really close to almost 100 people, and then sadly, because I can't say that it's sadly, we have at the moment just two trans girls, but when we are just more than proud and happy with that, because one of them is just one of the champion in bias. I don't know how to translate that. He's just in the just running, and like I don't know. I don't remember. I can't find the word. But then she's just in the Mastership European and then World Championship. And then another one is a French girl who just we are really happy with that, because we was living almost the process of transition, because she came here to Torremolinos, and then she was not really that comfortable to start to just make visible, and then we was together in this process where we start to become just visible, and then I'm not sure, maybe she's just watching us because she was invited also to see us around here. But then, and apart from that, just I also want to thank you that you made that question, because personally I have been involved in the draft law that was presented in the parliament the last the last year legislature. I was the lawyer who was coordinating the voice of the lawyer, and then also I was working really together with the trans organization who was leading the proposition of law. And then the important thing is that in Spain at the moment we have a law that really is still with the pathologization of transgender people. And then we are now with this law that is is now in the open consultation. Is the law that I have been working on. And then one of the things that include this law, of course, is just the principle of self-determination. And then the other things that important thing is just that we include also a chapter about transgender people and sports. Then that can be something we need to check about. And yes, and then just happy also with the work that you have that you do, and then just for the fact that you just came out there and then you just tell us everything that you have been doing, because one of the things that the problem that we have been doing in having in the sport is just the visibility of transgender people. And then also there's the problem with non-binary people, and then all this kind of intersex people that are things completely different. And then we need to start to talk about these kind of things.
For sure. Immediately COVID is not there, I will fly to see you.
Yes.
There is a comment for Livan, Alice Bruni from ASSIST, Italian Association of Female Athletes, says that I can show in the screen.
Okay.
Livan, thank you for your experience as ASSIST. We are promoting a project named Fair Coaching, and we are also trying to create a monitoring tool observatory to report discrimination and harassment towards young athletes. It would be great to stay in touch, since you have mentioned an observatory, and I really like to know more. So I think I can keep you in contact if you think would be nice. This is why this is also why we are here, to create connections. We mentioned as well the initiative of Martin. I'm just looking at the comments to see the questions, if there are some questions. Not yet. Okay. I call on the floor Andrea. Andrea, are you there? Yes. Here we are.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Now, just a brief. I think that we are going to the closure of this webinar. I want to thank you, my colleague. I want to thank you, my colleague. I don't know if he's here for a brief greeting. I think he is. Wait a moment.
You don't want to do 5 hours webinar?
It's important.
It's very public. It's very it's really public to do 5.
It's a way to connect several topics and to go through the levels, because we went from the top level, from the institution level to the grassroots level, and considering that each one of these actors has important things to say and to show, and there is the connection is really important. So this is why the webinar took so long. I think that we will remain in touch, and I want to thank you all the guests that we had in this afternoon, starting from the institutional guests, from the NGOs, our guests from the other side of the ocean as well, the sport lives activists and the other organizations. I want to thank also my friends Andrea Maccarone and Alessandro Paesano, contributed to the Outsport project for 3 years, and they are following the webinar. I welcome once again on the floor Klaus Oslein for a brief goodbye, and hello also to Alice Bruni as well, that is following us. And Klaus, do you want to add some to add some words as conclusion?
You mean the final last words now? Thanks again to all the participants and contributors, and thanks for being patient with all the technical problems that we had to face. I think we can be happy with the result, and let's work together for the future.
Yeah, I think we gather important information, important.
Maybe Rosario, maybe you can share once more the link for Martin's initiative, because this is an open initiative as well, as far as I have heard. So everybody can join. So if somebody is interested in joining their initiative, this is the link.
Perfect. I also recommend this initiative. The Outsport is, we can say after this almost 5 hours webinar, that the Outsport is now a network to create new partnership and new cooperations among Europe in this field, and to allow new projects to see the light. And we have a lot of things to do to implement the existing politics, to put into practice the existing policies, the LGBTIQ strategy of the European Commission. We have to work in the field of the European Work Sport Plan, because this is also a tool for this field, not just the LGBT strategy. And we have for sure to wait if the time when we will be able to be once again in the field. But meanwhile, we go on through the web, and we prepare the new steps for the future. Thank you very much.
And I'm also waiting for the moment when we can all meet in person, so that we won't have connection problems.
Exactly. We can hug and stay together, of course, among any kind of problems. Perfect. Thank you very much for your attention. For the people who are still watching us, this webinar will be available on this Facebook page, on YouTube, on the Outsport website, and see you soon in the next initiative of the Outsport. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the invitation.
Huh?